हॅलो, आवाज येतोय? हॅलो, हॅलो, हॅलो.
हॅलो, हॅलो, हॅलो. हा, येतोय सर आवाज.
आवाज येतोय हसे सर?
हो, येतोय येतोय. हॅलो, 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 हॅलो. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check.
Hello, hello, check.
Hello.
Hello, check.
Check.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Check. Check.
A
Hello.
very good
Check.
morning to everyone.
Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check.
सर साउंड चेक ले लेंगे एक बार. Hello, hello, check.
Hello.
Hello,
Check.
check. Hello, 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 hello. Sound check. Hello. To everyone. A very good morning to everyone, one and all present here. Today we are going to start with the national webinar. Hello. करते नाही म्हणजे बाहेर जाताना कसं ॲम्प्लिफाय कसं
Hello.
हॅलो हॅलो साऊंड चेक हॅलो A very good morning to everyone, one and all present here. Today we are going to start with the national webinar. Hello. 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 Sound check. Hello. A very good morning to everyone, one and all present here. Today we are going to start with the national webinar. Hello. 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 ठीक नाही आपण काय करू सगळ्यांना या साइडलाच बसू इकडे कोणी नको इकडे बघतो सर आप सिर्फ अकेले इधर बैठोगे यहाँ पे इस साइड में सब बैठेंगे इधर कोई आएगा ही नहीं फिर चेयर या साइड लगे सगळे हॅलो हॅलो सर डिले आहे रे आणि ह्याला हे नाही आहे नाही आपण ऑन ऑफचं बटन नाही आहे बसू इकडे कोणी नको इकडे बघतो काय होईल Good morning to everyone. I request all the faculty members of the Gandhi College to be there at their place and they can join the give on the given link. The scheduled time was 9:30, but we will start soon. Within 15 minutes, everybody will be live. Make sure that. Good morning to everyone. I request all the faculty members of the Gandhi College to be there at their place and they can join on the given link. The scheduled time was 9:30, but we will start soon. Within 15 minutes, everybody will be live. Make sure that. Good morning to everyone. आपल्याला दार पण लावावं लागेल बरं का नंतर त्यामुळे काय कर चेअर त्या हिशोबाने ठेव म्हणजे दार लोटून घ्यावं लागेल म्हणजे दाराच्या समोर नको देऊ आपलं दार लोटावं लागेल जर आवाज आला बाहेर म्हणजे जनरेटर वगैरे चालू केलं तर आवाज येईल ना उनको दस बजे इनको 10 को 5 कनेक्ट होने तक अपन ऑन टाइम 10 बजे शुरू कर देंगे कि ऑनलाइन में क्या होता है ज्वाइन भी होने के कभी कभी लेट भी होते हैं अपने टेक्निकल वजह नहीं तो सर करोगे डायरेक्टर ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट साइंस डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ कॉम्पिटिशन मैनेजमेंट दोनों बोलिए नहीं हाँ तो इधर उन्होंने दिया सिर्फ डीन बोला उन्होंने क्या किया उनके नाम के नीचे दोनों डाले एक डाल दे नहीं kindly note all the faculty members and staff of Gandhi College, please join on the given link as we are about to start on the scheduled time. नाही नाही ट्रायल घेतोय फक्त आवाजाची ट्रायल घेतली पाहिजे आवाज चेक करतो साऊंड चेक kindly note all the faculty members and staff of Gandhi College नाही नाही चालू आहे ना please त्यांना तीही खुर्ची लावती on the given काळ्या खुर्च्याच लाव बरोबर as we are about to start on the scheduled time आवाजाची ट्रायल kindly note all the faculty members and staff of Gandhi College नाही नाही चालू आहे ना please join on the given day as we are about to start on the scheduled time.
काय असेल ते काय ना काय सांगणार एवढं.
तुझा आवाज जातो एकदा. मॅडम अनम्यूट
आपला व्हिडिओ ऑफ करायचं होतं. आपला off
तुझा आवाज येतो बोलताना बोलतात ना.
नाही येत सर.
Vice Principal, Dr. J. Mandana, for the lighting ceremony of Saraswati Puja.
येतोय का आवाज तर ये नाही तर.
I request Dr. Mandana sir and Dr. Nathikar.
येतोय पण सर इतकं बरोबर नाही येत.
Sir, please connect earphone. Please connect earphone, sir.
म्यूट करा ते.
Good morning, everyone.
हॅलो.
झालंच नाही. बंद नसेल केलं.
rose in the industry and various sectors. So being academic sector, it is our moral responsibility to conduct such a wonderful informative webinar which will be helpful and contributory towards the society and general public. I'm very happy to announce that we have Chief Organizer Dr. Rati sir and Bhandari sir, Vice Principal, is doing Saraswati Pujan. Following to that, we will have our patron's message. Without the efficient and positive support of management, no institution and academy could organize any such event. I'm very happy to say that Amalok's patrons are always there to support such activities. Today we have with us Dr. Umesh Kumar Gandhi. He is the Senior College Coordinator and the Treasurer of the Amalok Jain Vidya Prasarak Mandal. He will speak few words as guest wishes from the patrons. As a representative of patrons, Dr. Umesh Gandhi sir will be speaking to all of us soon. Thank you so much. Okay, as the lighting ceremony has been completed successfully, as the tradition, we are supposed to do that, and we have done it well. Now, VC सर ज्वाइन हो गए? Okay. मुझे सिर्फ इन्फॉर्म करना ना, VC सर आले का मग त्यांचं वेलकम करा. Okay. Before we move ahead, I would like to recall about our topic, business model shifts post COVID-19, and the wonderful and the key highlight of this today's webinar is we have Pro Vice Chancellor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Honorable Professor Sham Sirsat Sir, as our Chief Inaugurator. Following to them, we have with us keynote speaker, Dr. Dr. Valmik Saravde, then Dr. Sunilji Rathi, Dr. Naravde, Dr. Said Azruddin. These are the eminent faculties we have with us for today's webinar. Sir. Okay. There are so many participants had joined throughout the country, and not only country, we have 2 or 3 participants from abroad also. Okay. Okay. I would like to welcome Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sham Sirsat Sir. It's really a great feeling to have such an eminent and efficient faculty from the university to be as an inaugurator of today's webinar. Now I take an opportunity. Okay. It is very popular saying that well begun is half done. As we have with us so many faculties, I would like to take an opportunity to speak a few lines about Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir. He is having such a versatile personality and not only academic but administrative experience full of richness. He's having teaching experience of overall 19 years and research experience of 14 years. In addition to this, we have he's having the large administrative experience of more than 8 years. He has started his teaching career as a lecturer at Saraswati Bhuvan Arts and Commerce College, Aurangabad. Later, he joined Vivekananda College of Aurangabad, and then he enters as a professor at Department of Public Administration of Dr. in the college, Vivekananda College, Aurangabad. I'm very glad to say presently Shyam sir is holding a top ranking and a high grade position and most responsible position of Pro Vice Chancellor at the University, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. It is not that easy task to handle such a high level and ranking position, but about him, I would like to say a few things that he is popularly known as a Captain Cool personality because of his humble and positive approach towards his work and his colleagues and academic staff. He is always evergreen and smiling face personality, as I have been experienced, as well as many of our seniors says about him that he's a very charming person. And so far, he has completed many international and academic visits to the countries like Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and China, and many more yet to come. Honorable Shyam sir has also been contributed as international delegate in the year 2017 at China for Indian think tank delegation. Sir, we wish you good luck for the great horizon for you and your endeavor in the future in terms of academic as well as in terms of your personal life. We are very thankful to you as you have given such a valuable time for inaugurating today's webinar. And now I take an opportunity. Okay. Now I request Honorable Shyam sir to take the charge and proceed with the inaugural speech.
May I audible, sir?
Our host to please take the Shyam sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor sir, to the screen so everybody could listen them and watch them.
May I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Thanks for introducing me in such a sweet words. Very good morning to one and all. President Shri Amlok Jain Vidya Prasarak Mandal Shri Chandoya ji, Secretary Shri Pokharna ji, Dr. Umesh Gandhi, introducing me, and other office bearer of institution, Shri Meher, Shri Bhandari, President Shri Gandhi, keynote speaker of this webinar, Dr. Valmik Sarode, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, Principal Dr. Nandakumarji Rathi, Gandhi College, Kada, Resource Person, Dr. Sunil Naravde, Head Department of Economics, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Other resource person, Dr. Sayyid Azharuddin, Head Department of Commerce, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar University, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Vice Principal, Dr. Bhandari, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Korade, Mr. Gaudi, Co-Convener, Dr. Gandhi, Mr. Nath, and all faculty members and friends. First of all, I hereby declare that the webinar is inaugurated. Thank you. I congratulate organizer for conducting this webinar on business model shifts post COVID-19, which is a very relevant issue on the ground of this pandemic situation. Thanks to organizer for being a part of this academic discussion. Actually, I'm not an expert in this particular intellectual topic, but I am very happy to be a witness of this academic initiatives. Thank you. Friends, as we all are aware about incidence of corona COVID-19, it is a crucial period for the entire world. Almost every nation in the world is suffering from this pandemic and is struggling. This is kind of panic situation for first time in the known history of the world, as the previous academics were restricted to or and particular region of the country. This is the difference between previous pandemic and present pandemic. I think presently the number of affected people across the world is more than 10 crore. It is very notable figure. While the number of deaths due to COVID-19 is more than 23 lakh and record cases are an around 8 crore. Developing countries like America, Russia, UK, Italy, Brazil, Canada have come to their knees because of this pandemic. In India, more than 1 crore people are found affected by coronavirus, and near about 1.5 lakh people have lost their lives due to this disease. On the whole, the condition of world and India has become a rose. This is the fact, and now it is going on. Actually, this pandemic damaged biological and physical life of the society, imposed lockdown, disturbed routine life, unwanted migration, and especially paralyzed trade and commerce have adverse effect on the social, economic, and political affairs of the every country, including India. Each country is facing dilemma in handling the situation due to the uniqueness of this pandemic, mainly fear of coronavirus, lockdown as a measure, and social distancing have placed every individual and institutions more or less in difficulties. Social situation as well as market activities have been affected by this pandemic. I think on this ground, business model shift post COVID-19 is a very appropriate and relevant intellectual discussion topic. I congratulate to organizer for this conducting this webinar. Actually, there are three powers in this state: government, civil society, and markets. Government supervises every social and political activity. Civil society controls every governmental activity, and market boost every developmental activity. It is very important. It means market, that is business, plays an important role in the development of every nation. This is the fact that business or market is one of the power of the state. government, civil society, market. He fact. It is definitely it is fact. State has been run within this power. Government, civil society, market. Market is one of the very important power within the state, and that's why it is very important topic. Certainly, it can be said that this pandemic negatively affects performance of the individuals and markets and industries. It doesn't matter that they are in governmental sector or private sector. The result of the effect is same. But on the other hand, post-COVID
आता हे सगळं चालू आहे, फक्त
19
तुम्हाला आवाज ऐकू येत नाही.
situation open
So
new
बंद
horizons
करून ठेवा.
or new ways of business or market strategies. Transforming business model is key to unlocking a new values for business, customers and societies too. Majority of companies and business institutions today are undertaking business model transformation. They are gaining benefits through automation, process, or operating model shifts. Transformation towards more inclusive business models are proving more durable. COVID-19 has caused the largest and fastest shift in human behavior change at scale ever. As digitalization is already underway in almost every organization, this shift has accelerated and adaptation of digital technology. It is very important. This is the basic fact of this pandemic. कारण आपण बघितलं की मागच्या काळामध्ये अनेक महिला गृहिणी ह्या सुद्धा ह्या पेंडेमिकच्या सिच्युएशनचा आधार घेऊन आपला एक नवीन बिझनेस त्यांनी सुरू केलेला आहे. दॅट्स वाय दिस सिच्युएशन is also opportunity for newcomers in the business field. In fact, man is social as well as creative animal. I hope he will definitely find positive way from this panic pandemic. I also hope that discussion in this webinar will be very useful to establish a new model of business post COVID-19. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, for such a wonderful and a brief overview about the COVID pandemic, which has been hampered internationally. And as the business model shift, you have focused on three sectors like government and civil societies and other sectors. So thank you so much for a wonderful information, the luminous talk given by you in a few words. I also thank to the other participants who are already joined on time, and those who could not join due to some technical error. I request them humbly to join YouTube live, because the program, the webinar is live on Zoom as well as on YouTube. So please, you can just click on the link of YouTube so you can be a part, actively part in the such webinar. Now, I take an opportunity to introduce or to invite our sir, our leader, Principal Dr. Nandakumar Rathi sir, to speak today's webinar. Handing over to Dr. N.S. Rathi sir, Principal, Gandhi College, Kada.
Good morning to one and all. Dear participants, let me congratulate everyone. With your support, we have crossed 300 plus registration, and I'm especially thankful to the research department, commerce department for their dedication college and management too. So I welcome all the your
तुम्हाला 5 मिनिटं माझ्याशिवाय करमत नाही लयच अवघड बाबा तुमचं चढ.
joining the webinar Business Model Shifts Post COVID-19 on Zoom platform and YouTube also. I am very much delighted to see you after a long period through the Zoom itself, and I am very much thankful to Almighty for keeping all of us safe in this pandemic situation, COVID-19. The theme of today's webinar, Business Model Shift Post COVID-19, is deliberately chosen as well as know that economics and the commerce has become a part and parcel of everybody's life. No human being can keep himself from these two things. Therefore, it is rather controversial to go into the depth whether the COVID-19 is natural or man-made disaster. So let it should be a part of the research. But I would like to emphasize the fact that it was the thing that made to stop the world. Though it was for a particular period of time, it is very difficult to find out any business sector which is not affected due to it. Apart from that, I would like to say at least it has created a gap or the distance in human relations by making all of us a social distancing. It has also changed not only the lifestyle of the human beings, but also the definition of the business sector. The previous existing business models and the methods were completely uprooted by it. It made everyone to adopt new techniques to begin again. Slowly, we are pursuing the new rules or the method to sustain ourselves. I am very much glad to say that today our Honorable Professor Sham Sirsat Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, is with us for this inaugural function. Sir, we are really feeling proud. Dr. Sunil Narwade and another resource person, Dr. Sayyid Azruddin, both they are the head of the department of the concern, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. So I would like to stop here. Once again, I welcome you all for this national webinar. The life cannot be stopped. Live the past. And at last, I will say that जिंदगी की नई शुरुआत करने के लिए प्लीज डोंट फॉरगेट दवाई भी और कलाई भी with COVID-19 protocols. Thank you very much. And over to Sanket Gandhi. Sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for a nice and inspirational talk about today's webinar. I would like to say a few things about our honorable principal, sir. In short, since 2 years, he has been started working as administrative head or principal, one of the topmost position of any institution. So since the day he has entered in the institute, we have been organizing so many wonderful and up to date competitions, activities, and such seminars, national and other webinars also. So this is one of the part of it. Leader is very important, as everybody can understand what I say. So we have got such a eminent faculty, eminent principal as our leader, and we feel very fortunate to work under his valuable guidance, and we will be working in the long term also. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Now I would like to talk about first our honorable keynote speaker of the today's webinar. He is Dr. Valmik Saravade, sir. Sir, I'm very happy while I got an opportunity to speak about you as a very, very highly qualified and vast biodata you have. In fact, I found short of words while explaining your biodata. So still, I will try my best to speak. Dr. Valmik Saravde is a very versatile and highly qualified person, as he has done not only Masters of Commerce but Master of Business Administrations. He is qualified NET examination, and he is a PhD holder also. He is having not only a teaching but also he holds a strong 30 years of research experience, that is too much in the industry. So far, he has guided 49 MPhil students and 38 PhD students. All the students have been awarded degrees, PhDs, and presently he is having 8 PhD students under studying under him, under his eminent guidance. So I can just visualize so much of efforts he has taken since the beginning. And about his international journey, I would like to say that it's such a glorious academic journey because roughly I can say he has traveled more than 20 countries so far. And I would like to name a few countries like USA, UK, London, Spain, Germany, Portugal, France, that is Paris, then Belgium, Hong Kong, China, Poland, Singapore, Malaysia, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Philippines. There are so many yet to come, and few of them have been missed by me also because this is very heavy and highly appreciable work he has done. Sir, I'm very happy that today you are with us because as a keynote speaker, you are going to talk about the today's webinar. And about presently, I would like to say Valmik Saravde is presently holding the position of Dean for the Faculty of Management and Commerce at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Now, Dr. Valmik Saravde, and I request you to begin with your keynote speak. In the meantime, sir, I take a pause for you. In the meantime, I request all the participants who are joined, please mute yourself because if the speaker and such eminent personalities we have with us, and if they cannot concentrate and we cannot listen them well, so it's of no use of organizing such wonderful activities by the college. Okay. Yes, I could understand because of technical issue, many of the participants gets disconnected. हाँ, हाँ, नहीं, इसलिए मैं बाकी का बोल रहा हूँ. Because of the technical error, we could understand, though we cannot, internet connectivity is the issue, major issue in rural areas also, and many of the other areas. So due to some technical error, Dr. Saravde sir has left because of the technical reason, and within few moments he will be joining the same. In the meantime, I would like to remind all the participants who has joined not only from India, but also we have 2 delegates from foreign countries also. So it is really a national but international webinar also because of the presence from the foreign delegates. I welcome all the delegates who has joined from the states and international level foreign countries. And one more note for all the participants, The feedback link will be shared on the webinar WhatsApp group created by Gandhi College, and link will be shared at 2 o'clock. So I request, please remember this, only those who will fill the feedback form will be awarded certificate of participation, and the certificate will be issued within next 3 to 4 days. Will be given to your email, registered email which you have given to us. Okay. Nice to see sir. Sir is back. Dr. Valmik Sarode sir is with us now. Due to some technical error, he had left. Now he is back, and I hand it over to Dr. Valmik Sarode sir, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University. Handing over to Dr. Valmik Sarode. There is some network issue still going on. Sarode sir, are you audible, sir? Hello, sir. Sir, are you audible? Can you hear us, sir? So we can see you, sir, but we can't hear you now. Professor Dr. Valmik Saravde, sir, as a keynote speaker, he is among us. All the participants are eagerly waiting to hear Dr. Valmik Saravde, sir. And I'm very happy to say he is with us. Due to some technical error, he was left, but now he is on the screen. And within a few moments, we will begin with his keynote speak. Okay. As I told you earlier also, there is some technical issue from the other side. Okay. Okay. Dr. Valmik Saravde sir will be joining again soon in 2 minutes. I request all the participants to remain on the platform because we are going to get a very luminous talk and wonderful information. As a keynote speaker is going to speak with us, is going to perform his wonderful speech on the topic of business model shifts impact COVID-19 or post COVID-19. Till the time he's with us. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yes, yes. Sir. Welcome, sir. Once again, welcome.
I'm very sorry.
No,
that,
no, technical issue.
Due to light problem.
For you, sir. Please continue.
Just I was connect to you here properly. Hello. Hello.
You're audible, sir. We can hear you clearly.
Yeah. You are looking my the PowerPoint.
Yes, yes, sir.
It's properly. There is no problem.
No, screen share is not yet started, sir. If you have shared the screen.
Okay, 1 minute.
Give a second.
Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah, it is started.
Yes, sir. It is visible now.
Okay,
Okay.
dear friends, I'm very sorry. Just 3 4 minutes. Just I was not connected with properly with this the link. Uh, Gandhi College, Kada. They have organized this very good national one-day conference on business model, shops, and COVID-19 and its impact on different aspects. That is economics, commerce, industrial employment, and some different other aspects. For this one-day national conference, the inaugurator of this international conference, Professor Dr. Shyam Sirsat sir, who is a very eminent professor and Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. My colleague, those who are contributing for this national conference, Professor Dr. Sayyid Azruddin, who is heading Department of Commerce and very eminent professor. Professor Sunil Narvade sir, who is heading Department of Economics and well-known economist from the state. My friend Professor Ashok Korde sir, and the eminent professor and my great friend, Principal Dr. Nandakumar Rathi sir. I am very much thankful to Nandakumar Rathi and the chairman and president of this Gandhi College, Kada, for inviting me as a guest speaker and keynote speaker for this very good important topic. Dear friends, that from last 1 year, just we are facing this the COVID-19 and challenges before the India, challenges before the world. And under this particular COVID-19 and different challenges before the country, different challenges before the India, different challenges before the state of Maharashtra, and before challenges before different types of universities from this particular state. That I'm trying to share my views on what are the different opportunities and challenges before Indian industries under COVID-19 one. That from last 1 year, we are facing different types of challenges under this particular the COVID one, and under these particular challenges, the four
Okay. All the participants, please note there is a technical issue at the other side of the speaker, and that's why, due to some that he's joining from his mobile phone now. Sorry for the inconvenience caused, but as we can say, there is know any solution for that, because technically we are not at that sound. Internationally we have to raise our standard. Yeah, it literally means that it means we are lacking behind in terms of infrastructural facilities in India. So it is our moral duty, as we are going to talk about business model shifts. So we have to highlight this, being an academic and research scholars, economist among us. So it is our moral duty to raise the voice, and through our columns, we can write the articles or publish some research papers about this also. In infrastructural, in terms of especially infrastructural facilities, these are going to be now basic facilities required for educational sector. At present scenario, at post COVID-19, we all are the witness of this, that without internet we cannot even breathe. So just taking care of that, and we will definitely contribute towards the infrastructural facilities by giving our valuable opinions and articles and publishing research papers about it. We are still awaiting for Honorable Dr. Valmik sir of the sir, as he has started, but in between there was some technical issue. But we are hoping the best. He will be joining within few moments. As I mentioned in my earlier introduction about Dr. Valmik Saravde, he is having a very versatile background, and not only at the national level but internationally also. He has traveled so many universities, as I mentioned countries. Now I take an opportunity to introduce the universities also, which are renowned, so-called renowned universities of the world. In USA, he has been to the Harvard University, Columbia University, and Stanford universities. Then in UK, London, he has been to the Oxford University, London School of Economics. In Spain, Santiago University. In Germany, Goethe University. In Portugal, Minho University. In France, the American Business School of Paris. So these are the very internationally certified and high ranking universities of the world, where our keynote speaker has been for the academic visit. Many of places he has presented his research papers also. So we must be very fortunate today to have such a wonderful and highly qualified faculty from the Commerce Department of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. He is holding currently the position of Dean of Faculty of Management and Commerce. Earlier, as I told, he is having a strong administrative experience also. So in that, he was ex-director BCUD, then ex-controller of examination, ex-director students welfare at Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. He has been awarded and honored by many international organizations, in that Spain Santiago University as a Research Excellence Program Fellowship in Europe in the year 2014. Next, in Economic Times Now, Best Professor in Marketing Management, Educational Leadership Award, and at Mumbai he has been received this award in the year 2013. Then again, Best Research Paper Award at International Commerce Conference, University of Mumbai in the year 2007. There are so many things like honors and awards. I cannot mention everything, but in one line, I could say that about Honorable Dr. Valmik Saravde sir. I remember one line, that the brave concept of life is do or die, isn't it? The brave concept of life is do or die. The practical concept of life is do before you die. The practical concept of life is do before you die. But the winners or the scholars or the economists or those people who are successful, we say, they must be having the concept of life like don't die until you do it. I hope everybody could understand, and this is the philosophy, we can say, the Dr. Valmik Saravde must be following, and all the guests who have been the part of today's webinar, because to reach at a certain height in any sector, whichever we belong, it requires a strong commitment and dedication towards oneself in terms of his work and life approach. Once again, I would like to remind all the participants who are the part of this webinar, kindly note the feedback link will be shared to everyone, those who are registered on the webinar, and the link will be shared to you through WhatsApp group created by Gandhi College webinar team. The link will be given to you at 2 o'clock today. Okay. I welcome back again Dr. Valmik Sarode sir. Please, I request you to continue. We all are eagerly waiting to hear you. Are you audible, sir? Sir, we cannot listen you, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself because we cannot hear you. Yeah. Sir, please click on call over internet. On the bottom left corner of your screen. Sir, are you audible now? We can't hear you, pardon me. Okay. Join करने को join करो. Okay, as there is still technical error, we will be waiting for Dr. Valmik Saravde sir. करो ना वेलकम उनका. There is some technical error still going on, but our technical team is dedicatedly working on it, but we cannot find the solution because the network issue, network connectivity is tremendously hampering our webinar, and we can just pray and hope for the best. सर इनका फिर शुरू नहीं करने ना अभी विचारतो ना आधी मग तुम्हाला बोला just a minute. Due to some technical error, we cannot hear to the Dr. Valmik Saravde sir. But now we have with us Honorable resource person of today's webinar from the Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Dr. Sunil Naravde sir, Head Economics Department, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. So I request Dr. Ashok Korde sir of Gandhi College Kada, Head Economics Department, to introduce Dr. Sunil Naravde sir. I'm handing over to Dr. Korde sir now.
Hello, everyone. Myself, Dr. Ashok Kurde, Head Department of Economics, SK Gandhi College, Kada. I am here to introduce research person and my best friend, respected Dr. Sunil Naravde, professor from the Department of Economics, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. His total experience is 19 years. His area of specialization in macroeconomics, agricultural economics, economics of growth and developments. He has successfully guided 13 MPhil students and 7 PhD students. He has published 54 research papers in various journals, research journals of national and international level. He is a member of Indian Economic Association, Indian Society of Agricultural Economics, Society of Economics and Development, and Marathwada Economics Association. He is also a editorial member of Buddhi, International Journal of Research in Humanities, Art and Science. He has completed one research project with grant of Rs 8 lakhs. He is also known as well economist in Maharashtra. Thank you very much. Now over to Sanket Gandhi, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Korde sir, for introducing in brief. And now I request Honorable Dr. Sunil Naravde sir as a resource person of today's webinar on the topic of business model shifts post COVID-19. Sir, I would request you to proceed with your valuable guidance. All the participants will be very happy and will get so much information from you. So I will request you to please begin with your speech. Handing over to Naravde sir.
Thank you, Surana sir. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Principal Dr. Rathi sir for giving me this opportunity to deliver lecture in front of this huge audience. I congratulate Principal Rathi sir and his entire team for organizing seminar on such a important topic of COVID-19 and its impact on India's business models and Indian economy. Today, I will talk on the impact of COVID-19 on Indian economy and the opportunities which our industries will have in near future. And also I will talk on an important point that whether India can take benefit of changed international environment or not. What are the problems which Indian economy are facing and what should we do so that we can emerge as a world leader in near future. Friends, as you know, this COVID problem, it was started in February, March last year. And it has affected adversely our economic activity. not only Indian economic activity, but also the world economic activity. And there was also a loss of human lives in India. As we know, most of the losses of human lives, they were observed in Maharashtra. But if you take the recent economic survey shows that most of the casualties, that is human deaths, they were in Maharashtra. But we have to consider that Maharashtra is one of the most populous states in India. We have high urbanization. Our population density is also very high. If you see slum areas in Maharashtra, particularly in Mumbai and Pune, these are the metro cities. These are the industrially developed cities. You will find slums in these cities. And also, we have to consider the flight connectivity of Mumbai to the world. So if we consider all these points, definitely Maharashtra was the one of the most suffered states due to COVID in India. One more thing I would like to share with you. It is India, when COVID-19 came last February, March, April, India was already witnessing slowdown in economic activities due to earlier policies which we had implemented during last 4-5 years, like demonetization, or we can say goods and services tax. We had some implementation issues in implementing GST. So we were facing some economic slowdowns. Our economy had contracted to 4.2% during the last fiscal year. And when our economy was witnessing a slowdown, already slowed down, and then this COVID-19 came, and as a result, there was a big setback to our economic activities. It makes this pandemic, it has made this problem worse. GDP was contracted much more during April to June 2020. Our GDP was down by minus 24%. It was a big setback to our economy. And during this period, our unemployment rate, it has increased to 26%. At the same time, supply chain, it was disrupted for many FMCG companies and agricultural produce. Now, the most of the agricultural produce, it was lost because, as we know, agricultural produce is perishable. Okay, so because of this supply chain disruption, we lost our agricultural produce. One more thing happened during this period. The income of 40% of our households. This is very important. Income of 40% of our households, it was affected, it declined during this pandemic. Friends, as we know, the most hit, the sector which was most hit, it was aviation and tourism sector. As we know, aviation sector contributes 2.4% of GDP, and tourism sector, it contributes 9.2% of GDP. This was the first industry which was hardly hit after COVID-19. And because of this, the 70% employment in aviation industry and tourism industry, it was lost. If you count, it is around 4 crore employments, they were lost because of this COVID-19 issue. Then this COVID has also affected urban poor and migrant workers. As we know, when this COVID-19 came in last March, April 2019. So we had no idea, or any government had no idea how this COVID virus is going to react. Okay, and because of that, some harsh decisions were taken during that period. For example, the transportation system, it was stopped. Means we stopped the movement of railways, we stopped the public transport of buses, etc. And this has affected the urban poor labor class, which were living in urban areas. They were living in metro cities like Mumbai, Pune, Delhi, Kolkata, like this. As we know, after this lockdown, there was no work in cities, and this labor class, they had no money to pay their rentals also, or we can say for food also. So there was no certainty about life and the opening of economic activities. So this labor class, or these laborers, they started moving away from these metro cities, Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, like that. And they started traveling to their native homes on foot. So we can say that this was the biggest human migration after independence. This was the biggest, I repeat, this was the biggest human migration after independence. The human dignity, it suffered a lot during this migration period. And the worst sufferers were women, pregnant women, and children. Friends, as you know, India has got some migration corridors. Means laborers from UP, Bihar, they move to Punjab, Haryana, Delhi for work. Then from Rajasthan and MP, they move to Gujarat and Maharashtra. And laborers from Orissa, West Bengal, and northeastern parts of India, they move to Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. So these are the migration corridors. These laborers started moving away from this industrial belt to UP, Bihar, to MP and Rajasthan, to Orissa and West Bengal, which were their native states. These laborers, they work mostly in construction sector. Around 4 crore laborers, they work in construction activities. Then 2 crore, they work in domestic work. Almost 1 crore laborers, they work in textile industry. And almost 1 crore, they work in brick clean industry. So most of these laborers, they lost their employment during this pandemic. The data shows that 92% of laborers, they lost their employment. At least they lost their employment of minimum of 1 to 2 months. So they had no money to pay their rentals. They had no money to purchase food in cities. As a result, they started moving out of these cities and started going back to their villages. As you know that later on they came back because there was no employment availability in rural areas. So they had no option. They again started after 1 or 2 months, after 1 quarter we can say, they started moving back to these cities. So this highlighted the failed model of economic development of Indian economy. During last 70 years, what we have done, we have neglected our rural development. We had lack of investment in agriculture sector. The land reforms were failed in India. Then the neglect of rural non-farm sector for employment creation. We have never paid attention to rural non-farm sector for employment creation. And all these things resulted into a mass migration of laborers from rural areas to urban areas. And again, what we have done, we have focused on industrial activities in some regions, in some states only. So there was a big regional imbalance as far as industrialization in India is concerned. That was again a big problem. And this made the life of poor people worse. It increased the rural urban migration for income, for employment. But even in urban areas, even in cities, their living standard, it was subhuman. They used to live in slums without proper nutrition, without good work conditions. So we could not provide all these things to this poor class. Now, as we know, when this migration started, some measures were taken by governments, central governments as well as state governments to help these poor migrants. Governments, they organize food camps, they organize shelters for these migrants. Then food was distributed in rural areas. As you know, during that period, the rice was distributed among these migrant workers, among rural poor class, so to achieve some sort of food security. Then Narega activities were increased in rural areas to give them employment. Narega wages were also increased from rupees 182 to 202. So it was done. In some cases, the cash was transferred to poor people. But the data shows that many studies they show that very few laborers, these migrant workers, they have benefited from these measures which were carried out by central governments and state governments. Also, we know that after some time, they were allowed to go by railways to their native places. Around 48 lakh laborers, they were transported back to their native places. But there was some issue during that period between who will bear the charges of their transportation, whether central government will pay or the state governments will pay. And because of this issue, many migrant workers who had no money, they managed somehow, and they got their own tickets for traveling purpose. And during that period, the report, some studies show that these migrant workers, they were charged additional amount. So these things happened during that period because of some confusion, because of no clarity between governments about the who will bear the cost of these railways. So these things happen. When you move ahead, this COVID-19, it has also affected our telecom sector. It has affected telecom sector positively. Telecom sector contributes 6.5% of GDP, and it employs almost 40 lakh people in this sector. Now, because of COVID-19, the demand for telecom, or we can say internet, it has increased manifold due to work from home policy. Now, this work from home is a new normal. It has become a new normal in our industry. And also, there was a big increase in online banking services. As you know, when online banking increased, at the same time, the online economic frauds, they also increased. But this COVID-19 has resulted in increasing IT spending of many big companies, including Indian banking system, Indian financial system. It was necessary for these big banks, big companies to spend more on IT services or IT related services, and those companies which didn't spend more on IT services, they had faced serious problems. You know the example of HDFC Bank. So when online banking system was initiated, their online system was not upgraded, and because of that, many customers they had problems while availing this online banking system. So many customers they have complained to RBI, and RBI has set up committee to look into the matter of HDFC Bank, so to find out the problems. So these issues, it has resulted into a lot of demand for IT companies, and as a result, IT companies they have flourished. There, or they can be there will be more demand for IT related services in future. So we can say that Indian IT companies will be leaders in service providing to world in near future. They are not only providing services to Indian customers, but they can be market leaders in African countries, in Asian countries. So Indian IT industry has a future in near uh, in coming some years. Next industry which is going to be helped in near future is pharma industry. Now this COVID-19 has created huge opportunity for Indian pharma industry. Now this pharma industry has market size of $55 billion. It's a huge market size. And the world depends upon China for the raw material which is used in pharma industry. It is called APIs, that is active pharmaceutical ingredients, APIs. The world depends upon China, and the change during COVID period, the world is now looking for an alternative. Now many countries of the world they don't want to purchase raw material from China. They are looking for an alternative, and India can immensely benefit in this regard. As we know, India is in best position to give world leadership in pharma industry after IT industry. We know that Indian pharma industry has supplied SCQs to the world. They also supplied paracetamol to the world, and now India is vaccine leader nowadays. So Indian pharma industry can immensely benefit from this COVID-19 issue. And as we know, many pharma industries, they have done heavy capital expenditure during last 4 to 6 years. They have expanded their production potential. They have spent heavily on research activities also, particularly biological research. So we can say that Indian pharma industry is going to be benefited in near future. They can take advantage of the changed environment. Another industry which is going to be benefit immensely is chemical sector. Now, many chemical plants they have been shut down in China due to some environment related issues. Now, India can take advantage of this China problem, and they can increase their domestic production and supply chemicals to the world. Means world wants to reduce dependency on China for chemical products as well. So India can take lead in this direction. This can be a huge employment creating industry in India. If only 5 to 10% of production of pharma and chemical sector, if it is transferred from China to India, I'm saying only 5 to 10%, not more than that. Only 5 to 10%. If it is shifted from China to India, then Indian pharma and chemical industry will immensely benefit. We can become a world leader in pharma, in chemical, and also in IT industry. That's a big issue. Next, I will move to infrastructure sector. As we know, during COVID-19 lockdown, it hit many infrastructure companies as there's a problem of there was the supply of labor and raw material. It was heavily disrupted, but it also gave an opportunity to complete many roads and infrastructure projects during the later part of this lockdown. It also increased the demand for commodities like steel and cement. Now, as we know, steel and cement industry, there was slowdown in steel and cement industry during last 4-5 years. But this COVID-19 problem, which because of lockdown, many infrastructure works they were completed, or they are trying to complete during this lockdown period. And so this commodity sector, steel and cement, it is benefiting from this lockdown. Friends, it is surprising that the Indian economy, it has showed V-shaped recovery. Means we had drastic fall in our output, but the recent quarterly results of many companies from commodity sector, from automobile sector, the production has resumed to pre-COVID level. So many economists, they say that there's a V-shaped recovery, and there is a dilemma. Some economists say that this recovery is K-shaped. So there's a that's arguments are going on. Some say that it's a K-shaped. It means K-shaped means rich has become richer and poor has become poorer. Some also predicted that we will have W-shaped recovery. Some said we will have U-shaped recovery followed by L-shaped recovery. No doubt we had recovery. We had fast recovery. Okay, this is something which we can accept, and the credit for this goes to government's efforts, both central government as well as many state governments. They have worked hard for this economic recovery. There was cooperation also between state and central governments for this economic recovery. But we can say that they have helped. It has helped a lot. No problem. There's no doubt. But the more credit it goes to the inbuilt immunity system, or the immunity developed by Indian people, and the push factor which was led by economic distress. As we know, it was not possible for the poor people in unorganized sector to survive without work. So they came out of their homes and started economic activities. So this is push factor. People were forced to join their economic activities, and this has to recover our production. Friends, all these issues, what we can say, this pandemic has highlighted the importance of food security, then income and employment security, and also the issue of social security for Indian poor. What we can say is that India should rethink our development paradigm and make our development process more inclusive. If you study the recent Oxfam report, it has observed that during that report, the inequalities, the income inequalities, the wealth inequalities has tremendously increased in India. The report says that during 2019-20, 73% wealth added in India, it was added to only 1% of population. In 73% wealth added during 2019 and 20, it was added to only 1% of the population. And all these things, it has resulted into agrarian distress, the rural economic distress, and ultimately it resulted into rural-urban migration in India. So this development model, we have to rethink whether we should go for this, we should continue with migration, whether we should continue with agrarian distress, agricultural problems, rural problems, and focus only on some cities, some industrial areas to flourish, So we have to rethink about all those things. Now, as a student of economics, what I think we should invest heavily in agricultural sector. That is the need of an hour. We need agricultural reforms are much needed. It will increase rural income. It will generate employment in rural areas. At the same time, we also need land reforms. As we know, land reforms have been failed in India, so we need land reforms. We need land to be transferred to landless people in rural areas, so that they can earn some income and employment security in rural areas. Now, why we need land reforms? We need land reforms so that the landless class will get some livelihood in rural area. At the same time, we need land reforms so that industrial sector also, if they want 50 to 100 acres of land in stretch, nowadays it is not possible any manufacturing sector to easily get land for their production activities. So for that we need land reforms. And at the same time, we also need tenancy reforms as well. As we know, Indian economy, it depends mostly upon the services sector. As we know, the 50% GDP contribution, it comes from services sector. India has neglected manufacturing sector so far. China has done it. China has basically they emphasize on manufacturing sector. As we know, China exports 16%, 16. China exports 16% of world manufacturing goods. So in near future, if India emphasizes on the production of manufacturing goods like pharma, we can say chemical sector, textiles, electronic goods, then India through its Make in India program or the recently launched production linked incentive scheme, that is PLI. So we can be a world leader in manufacturing sector. This is what we can do. But here one thing is very important. We should keep in mind, there should be no over protectionism to Indian industries. Indian industry should not be given undue protection, because during 90s, 80s and 90s, so 70s and 80s, our industry sector, it was highly protected. So because of that, we lost competitiveness, we lost efficiency. So now also, while giving protection to our industry, that is Atmanirbhar Bharat, or we can say Make in India program, one thing we have to keep in mind is that we should not give more protection or undue protection to our industries. We should make them more competitive. We have to make them more efficient. So that will help our industry. And now I will come to some part of our budget. Now, to become a world leader, to become a manufacturing leader of the world, what we should do, what Indian government has done. Indian government has, the recent budget has given more emphasis to the infrastructure development. That's a good thing. So government has planned to spend about 5.5 lakh crores on infrastructure. That's a good sign. It will develop rural infrastructure. It will generate employment in rural areas as well. And also, we have planned to spend money on Narega activities to generate non-farm employment in rural areas. Also, we provide rice and wheat to our poor class at minimum rate. But just spending more on Narega or providing food to our rural poor will not solve the matter. We have to understand that this will not create wealth. This supplying food or Narega activities, it will not create wealth. We have to create wealth in rural areas. For that, government spending is very important. And we also need to transfer, as I said earlier, the asset transfer schemes should be launched in rural areas. Many poor people, they don't have any assets. They are assetless. So assets must be transferred to poor landless people or labor in rural India, which will create wealth. That is more important. Just keeping them below poverty line is not important. The wealth creation is most important. And also at the same time, in the last budget, the government has emphasized on universal basic income scheme. That is very important. We have large population in rural India who are landless. They are marginal farmers. They are small farmers, and the most of the Indian farming is it's a it's a rain-fed farming. It's a rain-fed farming. There is no irrigation. So we have to transfer some income, some money to these marginal farmers, to small farmers. So it was needed to increase this amount, which is given. I mean, in the last budget, it was decided that 6,000 was it was transferred to this poor class. There was a need to increase this amount. So in future, we have to look into this matter so that India can achieve universal basic income scheme. The most important thing which was done in this budget is government has planned to spend around 2.38 lakh crores on health budget. It is the most important thing. We have to strengthen, we have to develop our public health system in cities as well as in rural areas. So for that, government is planning to invest around 2.38 lakh crores, and this is a good initiative which we can say. In rural areas, one more thing which we have to do, it is we have to form farmer produce organizations. That is the one form of collective farming. So as we have a lot of small farmers and minor farmers where productivity is very low, so India should focus on farmer produce organizations in cultivation, in agriculture, and that is very important. At the same time, this huge expenditure in the present budget that government has planned to spend around 35 lakh crore rupees, and as I said, 5.5 lakh crores on infrastructure, 2.38 lakh crores on health sector, then around 1.5 lakh crores on agriculture sector to purchase rice and wheat. They have planned spending of 1.5 lakh crores. This is very important. So this is expansionary fiscal policy. Government is ready to spend. They have decided that our focus will be on spending and spending and spending. So they have realized that now we need to spend more to achieve high economic growth. This is very important. So government has adopted the expansionary fiscal policy. But when we adopt the expansionary fiscal policy, there is a fear of high inflation. There is a fear of high inflation. So in this case, the role of central bank, that is RBI, it becomes very important. So when there is a fear of inflation, there is a fear of increase in rate of interest in economy. Then central bank has to come forward. Central bank has to release liquidity in economy. That is very important. And the central bank has actively played its positive role. They have made available liquidity in the market so that, or to keep the rate of interest low. Okay, so that's a good thing which central bank is doing, and this is called, as the many students of economics, they know that this is called accommodating monetary policy. This is called accommodating monetary policy. When there is a fiscal expansion, the rate of interest increases, then the central bank has to intervene and increase money supply in the market. So that is our central bank. They are doing a good job. This is what we can say. This pandemic has also highlighted the importance of one nation, one ration card. As we know, the labor class migrated, there was a reverse migration from cities to rural areas. Laborers moved from Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Pune, Bangalore to rural areas, to their native areas. They had no ration card. And because of that, many had problems while purchasing ration cards from ration shops. And so because of that, it highlighted the importance of one nation, one ration card. And government during last 1 year has accepted this change. And in this budget also, they have said that we will extend this scheme to the remaining 4 states. So in future, we will have one nation, one ration card, this scheme, which is very important in near future. So many good things this government has carried out during this last year. They have relaxed the GDP target or the fiscal deficit target for many state governments. As we know, the state fiscal deficit, state governments, many states, they can have a fiscal deficit of 3% of GDP. So now it is necessary to spend more and more. So we have to relax this limit. The state governments are now allowed to have fiscal deficit up to 6% of their GDP. This is a very important issue which central government has solved. Again, they have gone for coal mining commercialization. It's also very important. Then power sector reforms were carried out to some extent in India during last 1 year. And the MSME's limit, which was earlier 50 lakhs, now it has increased to 2 crore in this budget. So there are some good steps which our central government and also state governments, they are carrying out. One important thing which our central government has done in the last budget, the recent budget, is they have created bad banks. They have created bad banks. So it's a good concept that these bad banks will manage the NPAs of public sector banks. So it's a good move from central government. And also they have decided to disinvest many public sector banks, because many public sector banks, they are having big NPAs. So the privatization of these banks will now the many economists, they are in favor of privatization. There are many economists who oppose this privatization. But one thing is, it is there that when there is a privatization of these banks, they will manage their funds efficiently. The history shows that the private sector banks, they manage their funds efficiently. And also this framing of bad bank, it will also manage the NPAs of these public sector banks. So there are many good things which we have carried out during last 1 year. Now, if you see, Indian economy can transform in the next some years. Now the issue is whether you want these changes, this transformation to continue, to take 70 or 80 years, or we want these changes in 20 to 30 years. It depends upon the policymakers. It depends upon the government. But we have to carry out these reforms. We must go ahead with harsh decisions. The decisions people may like, people don't like, but India should take harsh decisions so that we can transform our economy or we can take benefit of the changed scenario. Now I will just explain two important problems of Indian economy, and then I will stop. I think I have talked almost 40 minutes. In the next 5-10 minutes, I will discuss two major problems of Indian economy and what they must do to solve these problems. And it has adversely affected our economy. We cannot neglect these issues. The first is the recent data shows that 44% of India's labor force, 44% of India's labor force, it is in agriculture sector, and the 56% is in industry and services sector. So we can see that 44% of India's labor force, it works in agriculture sector. One more thing which I would like to add, it is that 86% of India's labor force, it is employed in the industry having less than 20 workers. This is very important. 86% of India's workforce, or we can say 86% of India's manufacturing workforce, 86% of India's services sector workforce, it is employed in an enterprise having less than 20 workers. It means in very small enterprises they are working. And only 9% of workers, they are working in an enterprise having more than 20 workers. Means very large proportion of workers, they are employed in small enterprises, very small enterprises. I have said it's less than 20 workers, but you can say that most of them are working in a one-man industry. You can say that there is no hired workers also. So there are 1 or 2 persons are involved in that industry. That's a big issue. This is as far as workforce is concerned. And secondly, if we see agricultural sector, 70 million farms in India, 70 million, almost 7 crore. Okay, 70 million farms, they have land less than half hectare. Less than half hectare. If you see the average land holding of these 70 million land holdings, it is about 0.23 hectares. 0.23 hectares. This is the average land holding of 70 million these land holdings. So if you take average family size of 5 persons, just imagine 70 million farms, 7 crore land holdings. It means 7 into 5, 35 crore people of this country, 35 crore people of this country, they are living on a average land holding of 0.23 hectare. If you convert it into acres, it's around maybe 0.75 acre, like that. This is a big issue of Indian agriculture. If I go into the details of land holdings in India, 10 crore land holdings, we have got marginal farmers. Marginal farmers, their number is 10 crore. Okay, and their average land holding is 0.36 hectare. The small farmers, okay, their number is 2.6 crore with average land holding 1.41 hectares. So if you take this marginal and small, which accounts around 12 crore land holdings, 12 crore, I'm talking 12 crore land holdings. So family size, if it is 5, then 12 into 5 is 60 crore people of this country. Listen carefully, 60 crore people of this country. Okay, their average land holding is just 0.9 hectare. 0.9 hectare. And this is the big problem of Indian agriculture. So with this average size of land holding, it is not possible, this land holding is not sufficient, it is not productive. Even if the income of our farmers doubles or triples, I say, their income will remain far low. Their income will remain far low. It's very difficult to solve the agrarian distress problem, the rural distress problem. And this is one problem. At the same time, we have this agriculture is unfed, we have floods, we have droughts. So given this condition, it's very difficult to come out of this agrarian distress. As I said, this is one problem, that average land holding is very low. And secondly, 44% of our labor force, it works in agriculture. 44%. In developed countries, if you see, this proportion is less than 5%. In developed countries, less than 5% population, it lives in agriculture. In India, it's 44% of labor workforce. If it is less than 5% or less than 10%, then they can be helped. People in agriculture, you can help them if their proportion is or their population is less than 5% or 10%. But 44% of the population it lives in agriculture, workforce lives in agriculture. 2/3 population depends upon agriculture. It's a big number. It's a very big number. So you take any policy, you take any government spending, it's very difficult. If you take the NREGA policy, food security, then employment generation schemes, then loan waiving scheme, nothing is going to help. Nothing is going to help. Farmers' distress, it will remain in India if this condition prevails. The average land holding and the 44% workforce that lives in agriculture, these are the big issues of Indian agriculture. Until and unless we solve this problem, we cannot solve the issue of agrarian distress. It's a big issue. It's a big issue. I want our friends or students of economics to look into this matter so that we can have a research and we can come up with some policy measures. So this is what is important. If you want to reduce burden on Indian agriculture, we have to develop small and medium enterprises. Here comes the role of small and medium enterprises. This is very important. To reduce the burden of population on agriculture, we have to develop this manufacturing sector. We have to develop this small and medium enterprises. It's very important. But as I said, 86% of our workforce, which is in industry, which is in services sector, okay, it works in enterprise having less than 20 workers. That's the big problem. So what we have to do, the first thing which we have to do is we have to bring down the proportion of labor force which is involved in agriculture. It is 44%. So we have to bring it down to less than 10%. This is the first thing which we have to do. Because in South Korea, or you take China, less than 10% of workforce, it depends upon agriculture. It is involved in agriculture. So first thing which India has to do is we have to bring down the labor force which is involved in agriculture sector to below 10%. Another thing is in China or in South Korea, they have gone for urbanization. 86% of their population, 86%, it resides in urban areas. So these two things which we have to keep in mind. And as far as this industry sector is concerned, manufacturing sector is concerned, if we take an example of China, 20% of its workforce is in small enterprises. see, you can see the change. In India, 86% of industrial and services sector workers, they are in small enterprises. 86% are in small enterprises. In China, that number is less than 20%. It's less than 20%. And 51% workforce of China is in large enterprises. See, why I am emphasizing on this issue? Because when we have large enterprises, in China, 51% workforce is involved in large enterprises. It means the firm size matters. Listen carefully. This is very important. The firm size matters. Enterprise size matters because these large enterprises, these medium size or large size enterprises, they can produce efficiently. They can produce with the use of advanced technology, and they can go for exporting their goods and commodities. It is very important. In India, if 86% our workforce, if it is involved in small enterprises, where most of the number is 1 or 2, this is again a big problem. These are one-man enterprises or two-man enterprises. In one or two-man industry, we cannot use technology. We cannot have efficiency. They cannot go for exports. China has achieved this. Okay, so the enterprise size, it matters. China has done it. So because of that, China has is producing on large scale by using technology and of clothes, we can say footwears, we can say electronic goods. So if India wants to be a manufacturing hub of the world, we have to increase our firm size. That is very important. That's very important. Okay. Otherwise, we cannot do that. And secondly, this is one important thing which we should consider. And secondly, agriculture reforms. That's a very important. That's very important. 60 crore, 70 crore, 80 crore population of India have average land holding of 1 acre, 0.9 to 1 acre. So when such a small average land holding, we cannot increase productivity. We cannot produce efficiently. These are the two biggest problems of Indian economy. Without solving them, we cannot be a world leader. So in near future, we have to look into this matter. That's very important. Otherwise, other South Asian countries like Cambodia, Vietnam, Bangladesh, they will benefit from this manufacturing shift from China to other countries. Bangladesh has already surpassed India. This textile industry is booming in Bangladesh. The same thing is happening in Vietnam, Cambodia also. So we have to be serious. We have to carry out harsh reforms. That's a need of we need land reforms. We need labor reforms. That's very important. And we have to spend more on education. It is also very important. We are spending just 4% of our GDP on education. So with 4% GDP spending on education, we can just give salaries of our teacher when you spend 4%. If you want to develop this sector, educational, we must spend at least we must spend 6%, minimum 6% on our education. That is skill-based education. That is very important. So if these things are carried out, then we have good chances of becoming world manufacturing leader. We can solve our employment problem. We can solve our poverty problem. Poverty is the biggest issue in India, and that poverty is in agriculture sector. The poverty is in rural sector. The poverty is in urban slums, urban unorganized sector. That is very important. So we have to solve this problem. So these reforms we have to carry out: land reforms, labor reforms, and these big enterprises, medium to medium enterprises. You have to focus on that. Last point, I will just take 2 minutes and I will stop here. This budget, it says that around 1.5 lakh crores they are going to spend on purchasing rice and wheat from farmers. Around 1.5 lakh crores they have planned for food procurement, and particularly rice and wheat. Two things I would like to share at this uh, today. The first is, as we know, government is spending heavy amount of procuring wheat and rice. Now the rice procurement is from the 81% of rice procurement. Listen carefully, 81% of rice procurement, rice purchasing is from 7 states only. From 7 states only: Punjab, Haryana, UP, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, West Bengal, and Odisha. So 81% of rice procurement is from 7 states. Okay, that is all minimum support price. They are benefiting from that. And as far as wheat is concerned, only 5 states. I'm repeating, only 5 states. They account for 99% of wheat procurement on minimum support price. Only 5 states, they account for wheat procurement on minimum support price. These are Punjab, Haryana, UP, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh. So there is no Maharashtra. There are many big states. You will not find who are benefiting from these minimum support price. So this is a big issue. So it's very difficult to come to the conclusion whether we should continue, whether we should not continue. But this has created many problems. The big amount of subsidy is going for procuring wheat and rice from just 5 to 7 states, and that to big farmer from these states. This is a big issue, and so it means it's not benefiting to all farmers. It's not benefiting to all states, and that's why we have to go into the details of this this issue. Also, farmers, they get fertilizer subsidy. Also, farmers get fertilizer subsidy. About 1.25 lakh fertilizer subsidy is given per farmer in these states. Around 1.25 lakh rupees per annum. Also, they get power subsidy. Also, there's the cropping pattern problem, because these states are, because of minimum support price, they get these states to produce only wheat and rice. So the cropping pattern is also matters. There's a water table depletion. The water table in these states have gone down, and there's also pollution problem. So we have to rethink all these issues. We have to take some hard decisions. It's very difficult to come to the conclusion, but we have to think, we have to research, we have to look at these problems very rationally. That is more important. We have to look at the problems rationally. That's important. We can't be emotional. We want policies for all states. All states should benefit. All farmers should benefit. All people, poor class, they must benefit. So we have to organize, or we have to plan our budget expenditure. We have to plan our in future. We have to plan in such a way that the Indian economy benefits. So I stop here. I have taken almost 1 hour. I thank Principal Rathi sir for giving me this opportunity, because as we know, all the education activities they are at standstill, but now something this education sector is now opening up, and we also started some academic activities. And I congratulate Principal Rathi sir and his entire team for organizing this webinar on important issue. Once again, I thank organizers, and I thank all the audience for giving me patience listening. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Surana sir, can you hear me? Yes, Surana sir.
And now, as per the schedule, we have with us Dr. Said Azruddin sir as our resource person for the today's webinar. So I request Dr. Markande sir, Head Department of Commerce, Gandhi College, Kada, to introduce about Dr. Said Azruddin sir in brief. I'm handing over to Dr. Markande sir, Gandhi College, Kada.
Good afternoon, friends. I am here to introduce Dr. Syed Azharuddin sir. Dr. Syed Azharuddin is head and professor from the Department of Commerce of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. His qualification is MCom, MPhil, PhD, and also Bachelor in Journalism from the same university. His teaching experience is 30 years. There are 2 books on his career. He is an editor of the journal American Business Review and also a member of journals. He led an educational institute as principal for 1 year and 2.5 years as vice principal. He was a MC member and finance and accounts officer for 2 years. He also worked as a registrar for the university. 18 students were awarded PhD and 21 MPhil students awarded. He has published 36 international and 28 national articles in various reputed journals. He was also completed international project on tourism in collaboration with Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce and MCD Government of Maharashtra. He was worked as transmission executive in All India Radio for 11 years. He was a captain of university football team and played all India level competitions. He has visited 26 countries. Friends, his today's topic is discussion is innovative business models and priority sectors of Indian economy. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Markande sir, for introducing the Syed Azharuddin sir in brief. But there is a small change as we had a keynote speaker, Dr. Valmik Saravde sir, but due to some technical error at their end, they could not continue. So I request to the host, so please take them on the screen so they will continue. And I apologize to Azharuddin sir to being on hold, but we will have some keynote speak first and later on we'll continue with the resource person. May I request to Dr. Valmik Saravde sir to continue their keynote speak. Welcome back, sir. Welcome back.
Hello.
You're audible.
Hello.
You're audible and visible.
Yes. Firstly, I am very sorry. Due to internet connectivity, I am unable to join. मी सुरुवात केली आणि मध्येच कनेक्ट झालं. म्हणजे तुम्ही किती डिस्टर्ब झाला असाल मला याची कल्पना त्या ठिकाणी आहे. बट आय एम व्हेरी सॉरी. प्रोफेसर सुनील नरवडे तुम्ही त्या वेळेत सांभाळून घेतलं खरं म्हणजे. आणि जस्ट यू हॅव जॉईन अँड आय हॅव लिसन युअर लेक्चर ऑल्सो. Near about 25 minutes I have listened to you. Very good and informative lecture just you have given. Sir, हे माझी स्क्रीन शेअर होती का बघा बरं जरा.
Yes, sir. We are on it.
हा, स्क्रीन शेअर होते का?
Yes, sir. It is possible.
नाही, स्क्रीन तुम्हाला दिसते का माझी?
अजून तरी नाही दिसत आहे सर.
ओके.
तुम्ही शेअर करा.
हा.
You are the host now, sir.
हा, just 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Yes.
हा स्क्रीन दिसते का सर? बघा आता बरं.
अजून तरी नाही सर. इट्स नॉट एट विजिबल. मे बी इट विल टेक सम टाइम सर.
नाही दिसत सर आता.
हॅव यू शेअर
आता?
सर? तुमच्याकडून शेअर झालंय पूर्ण?
एक मिनिट.
It's in process, sir. It will take a moment.
It's okay. It's okay. No problem.
In the meantime, I request all the participants, please mute yourself. Dr. Mohan Shinde, sir, I request you, please mute yourself, and all the remaining participants.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
1 minute. 1 minute. Huh?
Yes, sir. Take your time, sir. Till the time the screen is coming to the screen, then I would like to remind everyone that please note, feedback link will be shared to everybody who are participant on through the WhatsApp group at 2 p.m. today, and all are requested.
Sir, screen दिसते का आपल्याला?
Not yet, sir. अजून नाही दिसत आहे, sir. I think, sir, network error त्या साईडला आहे, त्यामुळे delay येतोय. So in the meantime, you can proceed, sir. No problem.
Okay. एक काम करतो मी विदाउट स्क्रीनचं सुरू करू का मग? कारण तुम्हाला डिस्टर्ब नको आता, फार झाला आता.
नाही नाही सर, प्लीज ऍज पर युअर कन्व्हिनियन्स सर, नो प्रॉब्लेम.
ओके. Without screen, I will try to share my views with you.
Yes, sir. Most welcome, sir.
Okay.
Please continue.
Dear friends, I'm very sorry that I am unable to share my screen with you. That Professor Sunil Narwade, he has delivered a very good lecture on this particular important aspect. That just I want to share my views on the COVID-19 and its impact on Indian economy and particularly industrial area 1. That you know about the India's and state of Maharashtra's the small scale and medium scale industries, how they are performing in India and in the state of Maharashtra. At present now in India, 1,118.59 lakh different types of small scale industries they are working, and by the help of these small scale industries, 10,885 lakh different types of job opportunities are providing by the help of these small scale industries one, and 251.51 crore different types of the production these small scale and cottage industry they are providing to this India one. Particularly, just I want to highlight on you how this employment is provided by the small scale industries one. In the state of Maharashtra, 30,333 different types of small scale industries are working there, and by the help of these small scale industries, 5,84,551 the lakh different types of employment are provided by the small scale industries one. You will see when you will see about the Marathwada region. Marathwada region is a hub of this industrial area, particularly the auto cluster. In the Marathwada region, 25,000 different types of industries they are working properly under this particular the small scale industry one, and near about 2,82,000.97 different types of job employment are provided by this particular sector one. And particularly when you will see the MSME, that MSME provide 120 million people's employment, and about the micro industries, 63.05 million micro industries are working in the state of Maharashtra. And small scale industry, 0.33 million small industries are working properly. And medium enterprises, near about 5,000 different types of medium enterprises are working properly in the state of Maharashtra. And what I want to put before you, by the help of this MSME, medium, small, and different types of industries, 6.11% of GDP is contributed by this manufacturing sector one, and 24.63% of GDP is provided by the service sector, and overall 33.4% of the manufacturing that they are giving properly output for this particular GDP one. जीडीपीचा आपण विचार केल्यानंतर जीडीपीचे हे जे सर्व एमएसएमई आहेत, एमएसएमईच्या माध्यमातून जी काही जीडीपीला आपण कॉन्ट्रिब्युशन त्या ठिकाणी करतो त्याची आकडेवारी आपल्या समोर काही बाबतीत मांडायचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. आणि ज्यावेळेस पाठीमागच्या 1 वर्षापासून आपल्याकडे लॉकडाऊनची त्या ठिकाणी सुरुवात झाली, त्याचा परिणाम वेगवेगळ्या क्षेत्रावर आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी होतोय. इंडस्ट्रीवर त्याचा परिणाम होतोय, एज्युकेशन फील्डवर त्याचा परिणाम होतोय, एम्प्लॉयमेंटवर त्याचा परिणाम त्या ठिकाणी होतोय, मोठ्या उद्योगावर त्याचा त्या ठिकाणी परिणाम होतोय. आणि प्रामुख्यानं आपण जर विचार केला, दी पर्टिक्युलरली मायक्रोसॉफ्ट कंपनी इज रिड्यूस्ड 46% ऑफ द जॉब्स अंडर दिस पर्टिक्युलर लॉकडाऊन इम्पॅक्ट वन. आणि कार निर्यातीच्या बाबतीत आपण जर त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला, 4.51% एवढ्या प्रकारची एक्सपोर्ट कारच्या बाबतीत त्या ठिकाणी कमी झालेला आहे. आणि प्रामुख्यानं सुरुवातीचे पहिले 2-3 महिने जर आपण त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला, म्हणजे साधारणतः मार्च, एप्रिल, मे आणि जून याच्यामध्ये हुंडाई मोटारची निर्यात 1,69,861 या ठिकाणी एवढी झालेली होती, म्हणजे प्लस 4.78% एवढ्या प्रकारे हुंडाई मोटारची त्या ठिकाणी निर्यात झालेली होती. त्याचाच भाग आपण जर पाहिला तर निसान मोटार्स ह्यानं चांगल्या पद्धतीनं त्या पिरियडमध्ये काम केलं त्या ठिकाणी दिसतं, म्हणजे 37.87% एवढ्या निसान मोटारची निर्यात या पिरियडमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला झालेली दिसते. परंतु याचाच विचार करता बाकीच्या ज्या काही आपण कार निर्यातच्या बाबतीमध्ये बाकीच्या काही कंपन्यांचा आपण जर त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला, फोर्ड इंडिया म्हणजे 19.24% एवढी घट निर्यातीमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी झालेली दिसते. मारुती सुझुकी 5.83% एवढी मारुतीच्या बाबतीमध्ये कार निर्यातीच्या बाबतीमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी घट झालेली त्या ठिकाणी दिसते. जीएम मोटर जे की भारतामध्ये लीडिंग अशा प्रकारची कंपनी, which company is providing the properly expert to the not only India but in abroad also. And GM India, this particular very leading motor companies, they have reduced 9.57% of the export of this particular car. Volkswagen India याचा जर आपण त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला तर 10% ची घट ह्या Volkswagen इंडियाच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी झालेली आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येते. म्हणजे प्रामुख्यानं 2020 मध्ये कारची निर्यात 2019-20 मध्ये कारची निर्यात 4,90,748 एवढ्या प्रकारचे नग त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला झालेली दिसते. परंतु तीच 20 मध्ये आणि ह्या स्टार्टच्या 21 मध्ये ती निर्यात फार मोठ्या प्रमाणावर कमी झालेली आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येते. यानंतर आपण प्रामुख्यानं देशातील जे आयटी कंपनी आपली आहे विप्रो इज लीडिंग द आयटी कंपनी इन इंडिया, विच इज 4th leading IT company in India. January 20 to April 2020, the clear profit of this particular Wipro India is reduced by 6%. 6% नफा विप्रो इंडियाचा त्या ठिकाणी या पिरियडमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी झालेला दिसतो. म्हणजे 2,345.3 कोटीवर त्या ठिकाणी हा नफा त्या ठिकाणी कमी झालेला दिसतो. तोच 2019 मध्ये 2,493.2 कोटी नफा त्या ठिकाणी विप्रो कंपनीचा त्या ठिकाणी झालेला होता. म्हणजे या कोविडचा इम्पॅक्ट आणि लॉकडाऊनचा इम्पॅक्ट अशा प्रकारचा इम्पॅक्ट या सर्व बाबीवर त्या ठिकाणी झालेला दिसतो. व्यावसायिक वाहनांची विक्री 88% त्या ठिकाणी कमी त्या ठिकाणी झालेली आहे. आणि प्रामुख्यानं दुचाकीचा आपण जर विचार केला 39.83% द टू व्हीलर्स दॅट दे हॅव रिड्युस्ड द एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ दिस पर्टिक्युलर कार सेक्टर वन. म्हणजे कारच्या विक्रीमध्ये प्रामुख्यानं जी आपली चांगल्या पद्धतीने विक्री कारची आणि दुचाकीची आपण जे त्या ठिकाणी भारत देश त्या ठिकाणी करत होता, जवळजवळ 51% मोठी घसरण म्हणजे रिड्युस्ड त्या ठिकाणी कारची झालेली त्या ठिकाणी दिसते. म्हणजे जवळजवळ दररोज 2,300 कोटीचं दररोज भारत देशाला या कारच्या माध्यमातून नुकसान झालेलं त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला दिसतंय. आणि याचाच एक भाग म्हणून एफडीआय मध्ये सुद्धा मोठ्या प्रमाणावर घट त्या ठिकाणी झालेली दिसते, फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्व्हेस्टमेंट. यानंतर दुसरा जो आपला एक विषय होता की वाहतूक, टुरिझम आणि हॉटेल इंडस्ट्री आणि हॉस्पिटॅलिटी इंडस्ट्री. हॉस्पिटॅलिटी इंडस्ट्री, हॉटेल इंडस्ट्री आणि टुरिझम इंडस्ट्री साधारणतः अंदाज त्या ठिकाणी असा आहे की या सेक्टरच्या माध्यमातून जे एक अनऑर्गनाइज सेक्टर म्हणून त्या ठिकाणी ओळखलं जातं आणि या सेक्टरमधून जवळजवळ 4 ते 5 करोड एवढ्या प्रकारच्या नोकऱ्या या देशामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी दिल्या जातात. परंतु त्या ठिकाणी या लॉकडाऊनच्या पिरियडमध्ये जवळजवळ 4 कोटी नोकऱ्या त्या ठिकाणी लोकांच्या गेलेल्या आहेत. पाठीमागचा 1-2 महिन्याचा विचार जर आपण त्या ठिकाणी केला, म्हणजे जानेवारी आणि हा फेब्रुवारी, तर तो त्या ठिकाणी हॉस्पिटल आणि टुरिझम इंडस्ट्री बऱ्यापैकी काम करताना त्या ठिकाणी दिसते. परंतु पाठीमागच्या 7 ते 8 महिन्यामध्ये 4 कोटी नोकऱ्या हॉस्पिटॅलिटी इंडस्ट्री, टुरिझम इंडस्ट्री आणि वाहतूक याच्यामधून त्या ठिकाणी गेलेल्या त्या ठिकाणी दिसत आहेत. म्हणजे टुरिझम, हॉटेल इंडस्ट्री आणि हॉस्पिटॅलिटी इंडस्ट्री याच्यामध्ये 5.5 कोटी एवढ्या लोकांना रोजगार याच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी दिला जातो. आणि पाठीमागच्या 7 ते 8 महिन्याचा विचार जर आपण त्या ठिकाणी केला, जवळजवळ 1 करोड लोक बेरोजगार झालेले आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येतात. आणि त्या ठिकाणी 2018-19 मध्ये या क्षेत्रामध्ये 4.2 कोटी नोकऱ्या त्या ठिकाणी निर्माण झालेल्या होत्या आणि देशात एकूण रोजगाराच्या 8.1% दिस टुरिझम, हॉटेल अँड हॉस्पिटॅलिटी इंडस्ट्री इज प्रोव्हाइडिंग द डिफरंट टाइप्स ऑफ जॉब टू द इंडस्ट्रीज वन. म्हणजे पर्यटनात भारत तिसऱ्या स्थानी त्या ठिकाणी आहे. परंतु पाठीमागच्या 7 ते 8 महिन्याचा आपण जर त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला, जवळजवळ 4 कोटी नोकऱ्या या अनऑर्गनाइज्ड सेक्टरच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी गेलेल्या दिसतात. आणि बेरोजगारीचा दर जो आहे 23% वाढलेला त्या ठिकाणी आहे. आणि सर्वात जास्त याचा इम्पॅक्ट जो झालेला आहे दिल्ली, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, उत्तर प्रदेश याच्यामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी बंद झालेल्या त्या ठिकाणी आपण दिसतो. 27-28 एप्रिल पर्यंत, म्हणजे पाठीमागच्या एप्रिल पर्यंत साधारणतः 70 ते 80% कंपन्या त्या ठिकाणी बंद होत्या आणि 12-13 मे पर्यंत 40% कंपन्या त्या ठिकाणी पूर्ववत होण्याचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न करत होत्या. गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र यांना वेगळ्या प्रकारची मदत केल्यामुळं काही कंपन्या त्या ठिकाणी स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज, मीडियम स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज ह्या सुरुवात त्या ठिकाणी झालेल्या आहेत. आणि याच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी अलीकडं 2 ते 3 महिन्यामध्ये याच्यावर चांगल्या प्रकारचा इम्पॅक्ट त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येतोय. इंडस्ट्री आणि एम्प्लॉयमेंट, ऑटो सेक्टर, टुरिझम सेक्टर, हॉस्पिटॅलिटी सेक्टर याच्यावर जरी कोविडचा मोठ्या प्रमाणावर इम्पॅक्ट त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला दिसून येत असला तरी त्या ठिकाणी पॉझिटिव्ह इम्पॅक्ट काही भागावर प्रामुख्याने आयटी सेक्टरमध्ये झालेला आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येतो. म्हणजे कॅलिफोर्नियातील फेसबुकनं त्या ठिकाणी रिलायन्स आणि जिओ, म्हणजे प्रामुख्याने ह्या लॉकडाऊनच्या पिरियडमध्ये एवढा इम्पॅक्ट इतर कंपन्यांवर त्या ठिकाणी झाला, भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेवर त्या ठिकाणी झाला. परंतु आश्चर्याची एक गोष्ट, त्या ठिकाणी रिलायन्स आणि जिओमध्ये जवळजवळ 9.99% समभाग हे त्या ठिकाणी फेसबुकनं त्या ठिकाणी खरेदी केलेले आहे. फेसबुक इज फ्रॉम कॅलिफोर्निया. आणि रिलायन्स जिओमध्ये 43,547 कोटी रुपयाची गुंतवणूक, म्हणजे साधारणतः 570 कोटी US$ गुंतवणूक फेसबुकने त्या ठिकाणी केलेली दिसते. म्हणजे साधारणतः भारतामध्ये फेसबुकचे 38.80 कोटी युजर्स त्या ठिकाणी आहेत. आणि फेसबुकचा एक दावा त्या ठिकाणी होता, फेसबुकच्या माध्यमातून रिलायन्स जिओपर्यंत त्या ठिकाणी पोहोचायचं आणि रिलायन्स जिओपर्यंत त्या ठिकाणी जाऊन त्याच्यामध्ये आपला चांगल्या प्रकारचं बस्तान त्या मार्केटमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी करायचं, असा त्यांचा त्या ठिकाणी दावा होता. आणि म्हणजे फेसबुकची मार्केटमध्ये न्यूज आल्यानंतर, जशी न्यूज मार्केटमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी भारतीय मार्केटमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी आली की फेसबुकनं रिलायन्स जिओमध्ये 9.99% त्या ठिकाणी शेअर खरेदी केले, तर त्या ठिकाणी फेसबुकची मार्केटमध्ये न्यूज आल्यानंतर 10.30% एवढी वाढ त्या ठिकाणी या क्षेत्रामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी झालेली दिसते. म्हणजे 1,363.35 एवढे समभाग त्या ठिकाणी येऊन त्या रुपयावर बंद झालेले आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येतात. म्हणजे निगेटिव्ह इम्पॅक्ट जरी बाकीच्या क्षेत्रावर त्या ठिकाणी झालेला दिसला तरी त्या ठिकाणी रिलायन्स जिओ ही मात्र कंपनी या लॉकडाऊन मध्ये सुद्धा चांगल्या प्रकारचं काम करताना आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येते. त्यानंतर प्रामुख्याने अमेरिकेतील विस्टा इक्विटी या कंपनीनं रिलायन्स जिओ मध्ये 1.5 बिलियन एवढ्या प्रकारची इन्व्हेस्टमेंट त्या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे. म्हणजे 2.5% एवढे रिलायन्स जिओचे शेअर्स त्या ठिकाणी या विस्टा इक्विटीने त्या ठिकाणी खरेदी केलेले आहेत. म्हणजे प्रामुख्यानं 11,500 कोटी रुपयाची गुंतवणूक विस्टा इक्विटीनं या ठिकाणी या रिलायन्स जिओमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी केलेली दिसते. त्यानंतर हा आयटी कंपनीच्या बाबतीमध्ये प्रामुख्यानं रिलायन्सच्या बाबतीमध्ये एक पॉझिटिव्ह इम्पॅक्ट आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी पाहायला मिळतो. परंतु त्या ठिकाणी या सर्व पिरियडमध्ये 7 ते 8 महिन्याच्या पिरियडमध्ये, म्हणजे साधारणतः 10 ते 11 महिने त्याला आपण त्या ठिकाणी विचार त्या ठिकाणी करतोय, प्रामुख्यानं आपण सर्वजण घरी बसलेलो होतो, महिला घरी बसलेल्या होत्या, मुलं त्या ठिकाणी घरी बसली होती आणि मग घरी बसून ही सर्व मंडळी काय करत होती, they were used to use the different types of videos. They have downloaded different types of videos. आणि प्रामुख्यानं व्हिडिओच्या मागणीमध्ये हॉटस्टारला फार मोठ्या प्रमाणावर मागणी त्या ठिकाणी झालेली दिसते. म्हणजे 1113 कोटी रुपयाचा निधी या वर्षातील सर्वात मोठी गुंतवणूक व्हिडिओ गेमच्या माध्यमातून हॉटस्टारला त्या ठिकाणी झालेली दिसते. आणि व्हिडिओ कॉलचा वापर हा 17 पटीने वाढलेला होता ह्या 10 ते 11 महिन्याच्या पिरियडमध्ये. आणि देशात 40 कोटीचे युजर आहेत, त्याच्यामध्ये व्हॉट्सअप आणि झूमचे त्या ठिकाणी हे युजर आहेत. आणि हा व्हिडिओ कॉलचा वापर 17 पटीने त्या ठिकाणी वाढला. म्हणजे या आयटी कंपनीच्या बाबतीमध्ये पॉझिटिव्ह इम्पॅक्ट आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी झालेला दिसतो. एक आणखी प्रामुख्यानं बाब आपल्या लक्षात त्या ठिकाणी येते ऑनलाईन गेमिंगमध्ये. ऑनलाईन गेमिंगमध्ये 39% त्या ठिकाणी वाढ एक पाठीमागच्या 10 ते 11 महिन्यात त्या ठिकाणी झालेली दिसते. आणि प्रामुख्याने जपानी कंपनी जी आहे निटेंडो या जापानी कंपनीच्या जे गेमिंग आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये जवळजवळ 2.2 करोड डिव्हाइस त्या ठिकाणी ती कंपनी बनवते. आणि अमेझॉनवर त्यांचे जुने जे अमेझॉनचे डिव्हाइस होते डबल किमतीनं त्यांचे डिव्हाइस त्या ठिकाणी त्या पिरियडमध्ये विकले गेलेले आहेत. आणि प्रामुख्याने जे लोकप्रिय गेम भारतामध्ये, प्रामुख्यानं महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आणि आपल्या या जगामध्ये जे लोकप्रिय गेम आहेत ॲनिमल क्रॉसिंग आणि न्यू होरायझन, तर पाठीमागच्या त्या पिरियडमध्ये 2 ते 3 दिवसामध्ये 19 लाख कॉपी ह्या अमेझॉनच्या जुन्या डिव्हाइसच्या त्या ठिकाणी विकल्या गेलेल्या आहेत. आणि मायक्रोसॉफ्टचा आपण जर त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला, विच इज अमेरिकन बेस्ड कंपनी, एक्सबॉक्स गेमिंगचा अमेरिकेचा जो काही प्लॅटफॉर्म आहे तो एवढा जोरात त्या ठिकाणी त्या पिरियडमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी चालला. म्हणजे 18% कॅज्युअल गेमचं उत्पादन त्या पिरियडमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी झालेलं आहे. आणि कॅज्युअल गेम एवढ्या प्रकारे लोकांनी त्याचा वापर केला त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला दिसून येतो. आणि 18% ह्या कॅज्युअल गेममध्ये अँग्री बर्ड्स, लुडो, त्याच्यानंतर कॅन्डी क्रश आणि प्रामुख्यानं ई स्पोर्टचे जे काही युजर वाढले, 50% ई स्पोर्टचे युजर त्या पिरियडमध्ये आपल्या त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेले दिसत आहेत. आणि प्रामुख्यानं फोर्टनाईट म्हणजे लीग ऑफ लिजेंड्स, पबजी, काउंटर स्ट्राईक या गेमच्या युजरची संख्या 50% त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेली आहे. आता खरं म्हणजे आपण काही गेम ते त्या ठिकाणी बघितले नसतील किंवा त्या ठिकाणी खेळले नसेल, परंतु महिला असतील, काही यंग तरुण असतील, काही मुलं असतील, याच्यामध्ये लीग ऑफ लिजेंड्स, पबजी आणि काउंटर स्ट्राईक या गेमची 50% वाढ त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला झालेली त्या ठिकाणी दिसते. ऑनलाईन गेमच्या बाबतीमध्ये पबजी मोबाईल, कॉल ऑफ ड्युटी, लुडो किंग, कॅरम पूल, यानंतर फोर्टनाईट, क्लॅश ऑफ क्लॅन्स, उनो, वर्ल्ड विथ फ्रेंड्स 2 एवढ्या प्रकारे हे जे ऑनलाईन गेम्स आहेत याची वाढ मोठ्या प्रमाणावर त्या ठिकाणी झालेली त्या ठिकाणी दिसते. आणि प्रामुख्याने जी इंटरनेट ई कॉमर्समध्ये जी कंपनी काम करते अमेझॉन कंपनीचा या पिरियड मधला त्यांचा जो काही वापर होता इंटरनेटचा आणि ई कॉमर्स आणि अमेझॉन कंपनीचा, या पिरियडमध्ये आपण बघितलं असेल की इंटरनेटचा वापर मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेला आहे. बघा, आता सुरुवातीला माझं लेक्चर सुरू होतं, आताही आपल्याला मी लिंक माझी शेअर करू शकलो नाही ड्यू टू इंटरनेट. म्हणजे इंटरनेटचा वापर त्या ठिकाणी एवढा वाढला, लोकांच्या मीटिंग ऑनलाईन व्हायला लागल्या, लेक्चर ऑनलाईन व्हायला लागले. डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर मराठवाडा विद्यापीठाने आम्ही जवळजवळ म्हणतो, डॉक्टर सय्यद अझरुद्दीन सर, डॉक्टर सुनील नरवडे, डॉक्टर राठी सरांना याची कल्पना आहे, 100 किमान 100-125 मीटिंग आपण ऑनलाईन त्या ठिकाणी घेतलेल्या आहेत. म्हणजे इंटरनेटचा वापर त्या ठिकाणी एवढा वाढला. अशाच पद्धतीनं अमेझॉनचे शेअर $2,283 एवढ्या विक्रमी उंचीवर या ई कॉमर्स अमेझॉन कंपनीचे शेअर्स त्या ठिकाणी वाढलेले आहेत. आणि अमेझॉन कंपनीचे प्रमुख जे आहेत बेझोस यांची मालमत्ता एका दिवसामध्ये 48,500 करोड रुपयांनी वाढलेली आपल्याला या पिरियडमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येते. आणि म्हणजे 5.28% अमेझॉन या ई कॉमर्स कंपनीचे शेअर्स 5.58% उसळून $2,283.32 एवढी विक्रमी त्या ठिकाणी शेअर्सची विक्रमी अमेझॉन कंपनीच्या बाबतीत त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला झालं दिसून येतो. मग ही आपण चर्चा केली की त्या ठिकाणी लॉकडाऊन आलं, कोविडचा इम्पॅक्ट त्या ठिकाणी झाला, शिक्षण संस्थावर आपल्या त्या ठिकाणी परिणाम झाला, इंडस्ट्रीवर त्या ठिकाणी परिणाम झाला. महाराष्ट्र राज्यातून किमान 30 ते 35 लाख एवढ्या प्रकारचे वर्कर्स हे मायग्रेट त्या ठिकाणी आपल्या राज्यातून त्या ठिकाणी झाले. युपीला गेले, राजस्थानला गेले, मध्य प्रदेशला गेले, दिल्लीला गेले, आंध्र प्रदेशमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी गेले. मग शासनाचा रोल त्या ठिकाणी काय होता? शासनानं त्या ठिकाणी आरबीआयच्या मदतीनं वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारच्या घोषणा करून त्या ठिकाणी आपले जे गव्हर्नर साहेब जे दास साहेब आहेत त्यांना आरबीआयच्या माध्यमातून वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारच्या घोषणा त्या ठिकाणी केल्या. शासनानं लीड घेऊन आरबीआयला ह्या घोषणा त्या ठिकाणी करायला लावल्या. 17 एप्रिल 2020 ला की आरबीआयनं जे पॅकेज त्या ठिकाणी जाहीर त्याच्यामध्ये केलं, त्याच्यामध्ये रिझर्व्ह रेपो रेट त्या ठिकाणी काही प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी म्हणजे 25 बेस पॉईंटनं आरबीआयनं रिझर्व्ह रेपो रेट त्या ठिकाणी कमी केला. 27 एप्रिल 2020 ला आरबीआयनं पुन्हा दुसरी घोषणा त्या ठिकाणी केली. त्याच्यामध्ये 50,000 करोड म्युच्युअल फंड लिक्विडिटीसाठी म्हणजे म्युच्युअल फंड आणि लिक्विडिटी चांगली राहण्यासाठी 50,000 करोड रुपयाचं शासनाने त्या ठिकाणी पॅकेज जाहीर केलं. आता पॅकेज जाहीर केलं, त्याचा उपयोग किती झाला, ऍक्च्युअली काय फायनान्स झालं त्या ठिकाणी आता सर्वांना त्या ठिकाणी माहिती आहे. परंतु गव्हर्नमेंटनं वेळोवेळी हे पॅकेज त्या ठिकाणी डिक्लेअर केलं. यानंतर 13 मे 2020 ला आपल्या फायनान्स मिनिस्टर जे आहेत निर्मला सीतारामजी मॅडम यांनी मोठी घोषणा त्या ठिकाणी केली आणि त्याच्यामध्ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान याच्या माध्यमातून 20 लाख करोड रुपयाचं पॅकेज या आपल्या फायनान्स मिनिस्टरनं त्या ठिकाणी देशाला त्या ठिकाणी दिलेलं होतं. 20 लाख करोड पॅकेज मधून किती खर्च झाले, प्रत्यक्ष लोकांच्या हातात किती मिळाले, इंडस्ट्रीला किती मिळाले, एज्युकेशन फील्ड तर फार त्याच्यापासून त्या ठिकाणी लांब आहे. परंतु पॅकेज त्या ठिकाणी दिलं, प्रत्यक्ष त्याचा फायदा लोकांना किती झाला हा एक वेगळ्या अनालिसिसचा मुद्दा त्या ठिकाणी आहे. परंतु निर्मला सीतारामन मॅडम आपल्या ज्या फायनान्स मिनिस्टर आहेत त्यांना प्रामुख्यानं 5 पिलरवर त्या ठिकाणी स्ट्रॉंग करण्यावर त्या ठिकाणी भर दिला होता. इकॉनॉमी, टेक्नॉलॉजी, डेमोग्राफी, त्याच्यामध्ये युवा शक्ती आणि राष्ट्रशक्ती, डिमांड म्हणजे सप्लाय चेन आणि इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेव्हलपमेंट. या 5 गोष्टीवर आपले प्राईम मिनिस्टर आणि निर्मला सीतारामजी मॅडम यांना त्या ठिकाणी भर त्या ठिकाणी दिला आणि त्याच्यामध्ये त्यांना त्या ठिकाणी सांगितलं दे वॉन्ट टू एक्सपोज अवर दी लोकल प्रोडक्ट ऍट ग्लोबल लेवल. म्हणजे आपण जे लोकल प्रॉडक्ट या ठिकाणी बनवतोय त्या लोकल प्रॉडक्टला ग्लोबल म्हणजे राष्ट्रीय आंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तरावर त्या ठिकाणी नेण्यासाठी वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारच्या स्कीम गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी दिल्या आणि जे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप त्या ठिकाणी होते, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुपच्या माध्यमातून मास्क बनवायला त्या ठिकाणी लावले, सॅनिटायझर वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे त्या ठिकाणी बनवले आणि सेल्फ सफिशियंट होण्यासाठी, आत्मनिर्भर होण्यासाठी या प्रोडक्शनला उत्पादन त्या ठिकाणी सपोर्ट करायचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न केला आणि जे आपले सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप आहेत याच्या माध्यमातून सॅनिटायझर त्या ठिकाणी बनवण्यात गेलं. यानंतर प्राईम मिनिस्टर किसान योजना, कृषी सिंचाई योजना याच्या माध्यमातून गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी शेतकऱ्यांना आणि उद्योगांना त्या ठिकाणी मदत करायचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. लँड, लेबर, लिक्विडिटीवर चांगल्या प्रकारचा भर त्या ठिकाणी गव्हर्नमेंटने दिलेला आहे आणि प्रामुख्यानं प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण योजना याच्या माध्यमातून गव्हर्नमेंटनं बऱ्यापैकी मदत इंडस्ट्री आणि प्रामुख्याने जे मायग्रेंट वर्कर त्या ठिकाणी झाले त्या मायग्रेंट वर्करला त्या ठिकाणी मदत करायचं त्या ठिकाणी गरीब कल्याण पॅकेजच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी मदत केलेली आहे. आणि प्रामुख्यानं या 20,000 कोटी पॅकेजमध्ये 3 लाख करोड रुपयाची तरतूद ही एमएसएमई साठी गव्हर्नमेंटने त्या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये 100% क्रेडिट गॅरंटी. आता खरं म्हणजे 100% क्रेडिट गॅरंटी कोणाला आपण देतोय, 100% क्रेडिट गॅरंटीचा किती लोकांना त्या ठिकाणी बेनिफिट झाला, किती लोकांना त्या ठिकाणी फायदा झाला, आपल्याला त्याच्यावर विचार मंथन त्या ठिकाणी करावा लागेल, विचार करावा लागेल. 100% क्रेडिट गॅरंटी त्या ठिकाणी गव्हर्नमेंट दिली, 45 लाख लघुउद्योगांना त्याचा फायदा झाला असं गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी क्लेम करते. आणि सूक्ष्म रोजगार जे आहेत, स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री म्हणजे 12 लाख करोड लोकांना याच्या माध्यमातून उपयोग त्या ठिकाणी झालेला दिसतो. आणि जे एमएसएमई साठी 20,000 कोटी शासनाने जे पॅकेज त्या ठिकाणी दिलं, एमएसएमईच्या माध्यमातून रोजगार मोठ्या प्रमाणावर लोकांना त्या ठिकाणी मिळतो आणि जीडीपी साठी मोठ्या प्रमाणावर कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन त्या ठिकाणी एमएसएमईचं होतं. म्हणून अडचणीत आलेल्या एमएसएमईच्या 20 लाख मध्यम आणि लघुउद्योगांना याचा फायदा त्या ठिकाणी झाला आणि जे काही प्रगती करणारे वेल डेव्हलप स्टेजला त्या ठिकाणी जे काही लघु आणि कुटीर उद्योग त्या ठिकाणी होते, तर अशा जवळजवळ 10,000 कोटी. आता या ठिकाणी हा फिगर बरोबर आहेत का चूक आहे त्याचा विचार आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी करावा लागेल, कारण माध्यमातून जे काही फिगर मिळतात आपली मंडळी जे काही फिगर आपल्या पुढे त्या ठिकाणी देतात याच्यावर विचार करून आपण काही गोष्टी त्या ठिकाणी मांडायचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न करत असतो. प्रामुख्यानं एक ईपीएफ एम्प्लॉई प्रॉव्हिडंट फंड याच्या माध्यमातून 2,500 कोटी रुपयाची तरतूद गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे आणि याच्यामध्ये 22,22,000 कर्मचाऱ्यांना याचा फायदा त्या ठिकाणी झालेला दिसतो. म्हणजे साधारणतः ईपीएफ साठी 1,70,000 करोड रुपयाच्या एवढ्या प्रकारचं अनुदान शासनातर्फे त्या ठिकाणी डिक्लेअर करण्यात आलं आणि 31 ऑगस्ट 2020 पर्यंत 12% ईपीएफ व्याज त्या ठिकाणी गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी या एम्प्लॉयला त्या ठिकाणी देणार होतं, दिलेलं असेल असं आपण त्या ठिकाणी गृहीत धरूयात. यानंतर NBFC साठी 30,000 कोटी रुपये म्हणजे लिक्विडिटी स्कीमसाठी NBFC साठी 30,000 कोटी रुपयाचं पॅकेज गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी दिलं. म्हणजे नॉन बँकिंग फायनान्शियल कंपन्या यांना त्या ठिकाणी चांगल्या पद्धतीनं फायनान्शियल सेक्टरमध्ये सस्टेन राहण्यासाठी हे पॅकेज त्या ठिकाणी दिलं. म्हणजे 80 कोटी गरिबांना अन्नधान्य त्या ठिकाणी वाटप करण्यात आलं. म्हणजे जे मायग्रंट पीपल त्या ठिकाणी झाले त्यांना 3 वेळचं जेवण म्हणजे सकाळचा नाश्ता, दुपार जेवण, संध्याकाळचं जेवण, ज्या ठिकाणी गेल्यानंतर त्यांना घर बांधण्यासाठी गॅरंटीवर लोन आणि प्रामुख्याने वीज वितरण कंपन्यांचा जो लॉस त्या दरम्यान त्या ठिकाणी आला, वीज वितरण कंपन्यांचा लॉस भरून काढण्यासाठी 90,000 करोड रुपयाची तरतूद शासनाने या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी केलेली दिसते. आणि मगाशी आपल्याला जे त्या ठिकाणी म्हटलं की जे मायग्रंट वर्कर त्या ठिकाणी होते, तर प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण योजनेच्या माध्यमातून 3 करोड फार्मरला त्या ठिकाणी कन्सेशनल रेटमध्ये 4 लाख कोटी रुपये शेतकऱ्यांच्या खात्यात गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी जमा केले. 4,22,000 करोड रुपयाचं कर्ज शासनाने त्या ठिकाणी दिलं आणि 25 लाख नवीन किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड शासनाने त्या ठिकाणी शेतकऱ्याला त्या ठिकाणी दिलेले दिसत आहेत. त्याच्यानंतर सहकारी ग्रामीण बँकासाठी 29,500 कोटी रुपयाची मदत शेतकऱ्यांना या सहकारी ग्रामीण बँकेच्या माध्यमातून गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे. आणि 63 लाख वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे लोन गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी शेतकऱ्याला मंजूर केलेले आहेत. 86,600 करोड एवढ्या प्रकारचे लोन त्या दरम्यान त्या ठिकाणी अप्रूव्ह झाले. हा जरी आकडेवारी आपल्या समोर असेल, प्रत्यक्ष शेतकऱ्याच्या खात्यात किती जमा झाले, शेतकऱ्यांना प्रत्यक्ष किती त्याची मदत त्या ठिकाणी झाली, याचा विचार आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी करणं त्या ठिकाणी गरजेचं आहे. आणि मायग्रंट वर्करचं आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी जे म्हटलं, मायग्रंट वर्करसाठी अर्बन आणि पुअर एरिया स्टेट डिझास्टर फंडच्या माध्यमातून 11,000 करोड रुपये शासनाने त्या ठिकाणी दिली. त्याच्यामध्ये फूड, शेल्टर आणि क्लॉथ याच्यासाठी आणि प्रामुख्याने 3 वेळचं जेवण त्या ठिकाणी मायग्रंट वर्करला त्या ठिकाणी मिळालं पाहिजे, याच्यासाठी 11,000 करोड शासनाने त्या ठिकाणी दिलेले त्या ठिकाणी दिसत आहेत. आणि मागाशी जे म्हटलं आपल्याला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुपच्या माध्यमातून, आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियानाच्या माध्यमातून, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुपच्या माध्यमातून महिलांना आत्मनिर्भर करण्यासाठी जे 12,000 सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप त्या ठिकाणी या देशात काम करत होते, 1,20,000 लिटर एवढं सॅनिटायझर या सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुपच्या माध्यमातून उत्पादन केलं गेलं आणि 3 करोड एवढ्या प्रकारचे मास्क त्या ठिकाणी बनवले गेले. आणि शासनानं याला मोटिवेट करण्यासाठी म्हणजे आपण आत्मनिर्भर होण्यासाठी 7,200 नवीन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुपला करण्यासाठी शासनाने त्या ठिकाणी मान्यता दिली. आणि मनरेगाच्या माध्यमातून 2.33 करोड एवढे काही जे मजुरी मागणार होते, वेज शिकर्स जे काही होते, 166 ग्रामपंचायतीच्या माध्यमातून शासनाने मदत करायचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न या आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियानाच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी केलेला आहे. आणि आपण जर विचार केला, 2,33,00,000 बेघर मजुरांना काम दिलं आणि त्याचा जवळजवळ 11,000 कोटीची मदत या अनएम्प्लॉइड लोकांना शासनाच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी करण्यात आलेली आहे. शेतकऱ्यांच्या पिकाच्या खरेदीसाठी 6,700 कोटी रुपये शासनाने त्या ठिकाणी दिले. 3,500 कोटी रुपये NFSCच्या माध्यमातून म्हणजे नॅशनल फूड सिक्युरिटी कार्डच्या माध्यमातून शासनाने मदत करायचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न केला. आणि 8 करोड जे मायग्रंट वर्कर जे त्या ठिकाणी होते, सो 8 crore different types of migrant workers, they are benefited by the help of this particular NFSC, National Food Security Scheme, to this particular people one. हाऊसिंग सेक्टर्स हा मोठा मुद्दा होता. आता खरं म्हणजे हा क्रिटिकल मुद्दा आहे. हा जे मायग्रंट वर्कर झाले, ते मायग्रंट वर्कर त्यांच्या खेड्यामध्ये गेले की त्यांच्या गावाला गेले, तिथं घर बांधण्यासाठी त्याला कर्ज देणं. आता खरं म्हणजे हे शक्य किती होतंय मला काही माहित नाही, परंतु काही आकडेवारी आपल्या समोर त्या ठिकाणी दिलेली आहे. जवळजवळ हाऊसिंग सेक्टरसाठी 70,000 करोड रुपयाचं पॅकेज शासनानं बँकेच्या मार्फत या मायग्रंट वर्करला त्या ठिकाणी दिलेलं आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये मिडल इन्कम ग्रुप म्हणजे 6 ते 18 लाख इन्कम ग्रुप एम्प्लॉयसाठी त्या ठिकाणी अशा प्रकारची ही मदत त्या ठिकाणी दिलेली आहे. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये काय सिंपल अफोर्डेबल हाऊसेस त्या ठिकाणी लोकांना मिळाले पाहिजेत. आणि 3.3 लाख फॅमिली याच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी बेनिफिट झालेला आहे. आणि नाबार्डच्या माध्यमातून आपण जर त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला, 30,000 करोड रुपये ऍडिशनल गव्हर्नमेंट हॅज गिव्हन टू नाबार्ड पोस्ट हार्वेस्टिंग म्हणजे रब्बी पिकासाठी आणि फॉर मार्जिनल फार्मरसाठी एवढ्या प्रकारची मदत शासनानं गव्हर्नमेंट त्या ठिकाणी केल्याचं आपल्या त्या ठिकाणी दिसतं. मग हे आपण विचार त्या ठिकाणी करतोय. पहिला आपण जर भाग त्याच्यामध्ये पाहिला की पहिल्या भागामध्ये की त्या ठिकाणी कोविडचा एवढा परिणाम त्या ठिकाणी झाला, कोविडमध्ये एवढ्या एम्प्लॉयमेंट त्या ठिकाणी गेल्या, IT सेक्टर जर त्या ठिकाणी सोडलं आयटी सेक्टरच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी बऱ्यापैकी बेनिफिट त्या ठिकाणी झाला, तरी परंतु इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर त्याच्यावर मोठा परिणाम त्या ठिकाणी झाला. भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेवर त्याचा मोठा परिणाम त्या ठिकाणी झाला. आणि ही जे टू व्हीलर आणि फोर व्हीलर ह्याच्या काही निर्यात कंपन्या त्या ठिकाणी होत्या, मोठ्या प्रमाणात याचा त्या ठिकाणी लॉस त्याच्यामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला झालेला दिसतो. आणि याच्या माध्यमातून शासनानं एक कॉन्सन्ट्रेशन त्या ठिकाणी केलेलं आहे, MSME म्हणजे मध्यम लघु आणि कुटीर उद्योग. यांच्यामधून जास्त रोजगार त्या ठिकाणी मिळतो, यांच्यामधून त्या ठिकाणी जीडीपीला चांगल्या प्रकारचं कॉन्ट्रिब्युशन त्या ठिकाणी होतं. म्हणून या क्षेत्राला मजबूत करण्यासाठी शासनानं भरीव अशा प्रकारची मदत या माध्यमातून करण्याचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. आणि या मदतीच्या माध्यमातून आज जे मायग्रंट वर्कर झालेले आहेत, जवळजवळ 50 ते 60% मायग्रंट वर्कर परत त्या ठिकाणी आलेले आहेत. एज्युकेशन संस्था चांगल्या पद्धतीने त्या ठिकाणी सुरू होताना त्या ठिकाणी दिसत आहेत. परंतु स्मॉल आणि मिडियम स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज पाहिजे त्या प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी आणखीही वेल सस्टेन मध्ये पोझिशनमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी नाहीत. म्हणून सर्व लघु आणि मध्यम उद्योग कुठल्या बाबतीमध्ये आणि कधी प्रॉपर पद्धतीने सुरू होतील याचा आणखीही त्या ठिकाणी सांगता येत नाही. म्हणून हा एम्प्लॉयमेंटचा फार मोठा परिणाम या सेक्टरवर त्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला झालेला दिसतो. तर आपण सर्व अभ्यासक आहोत, याच्या माध्यमातून आपण त्या ठिकाणी विचार केला पाहिजे त्या स्मॉल स्केल मिडियम स्केल इंडस्ट्री, ओव्हरऑल भारतीय इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर आणि इम्पोर्ट आणि एक्सपोर्ट याच्यावर हा जो परिणाम त्या ठिकाणी झालेला आहे, आणि हे करण्यासाठी आणि प्रामुख्याने आपल्या एज्युकेशन फील्डवर जो काही परिणाम त्या ठिकाणी झालेला आहे याचा विचार करण्यासाठी आपण एक चांगल्या प्रकारचं सोल्युशन गव्हर्नमेंटला विद्यापीठाच्या माध्यमातून, महाराष्ट्र गव्हर्नमेंटच्या माध्यमातून, सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटला आपण त्या ठिकाणी देणं गरजेचं आहे. आपण देण्यासाठी प्रयत्न करावा आणि विद्यार्थ्याला मोटिवेट करावं. रेग्युलर क्लासेस त्यांना त्या ठिकाणी करावेत, एक्झामला अपीअर त्यांना त्या ठिकाणी व्हावं. या जर गोष्टी आपण केल्या तर एक प्राध्यापक म्हणून आणि एक संशोधक म्हणून आपली जी काही जबाबदारी आहे ती जबाबदारी आपल्याला चांगल्या पद्धतीने त्या ठिकाणी पार पाडता येईल. एवढंच या गोष्टी आपल्यासमोर त्या ठिकाणी मांडण्याचा प्रयत्न करतो आणि मी या ठिकाणी थांबतो. धन्यवाद. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच सर.
Political as well as okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarode sir. After facing so much of network conjunction since the beginning, still as the moment came, I realized two things that about you. That one important saying I recall: never wait for a perfect moment. Just take a moment and make it perfect. Similar situation happened here today. Since beginning you had so many network issue, but at the end as you spoke there was definitely informative and analytical and overall perspective you have given from the commerce area and industry. So everybody, as we have with us today, researchers, then commerce faculty students, participants, and so many people, and they will be definitely benefited with this valuable information and guidance. Thank you so much once again, sir, for your presence on the webinar. Now, moving forward to the resource person, Honorable Dr. Syed Ajruddin, sir. I request HOD of our Gandhi College Department of Commerce, Markande, sir, to introduce them in brief. Then we will proceed with the Syed Azruddin, sir. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, friends. I am here to introduce Dr. Syed Azruddin, sir. Dr. Syed Azruddin is head and professor from the Department of Commerce of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. His qualification is MCom, MPhil, PhD, and also Bachelor in Journalism from the same university. His teaching experience is 30 years. There are 2 books on his credit. He is editor of the journal Deccan Business Review and also a member of 2 journals. He led an educational institute as principal for 1 year, 2.5 years as vice principal. He was a MC member and finance and accounts officer for 2 years. He also worked as registrar for the university.
Thank you so much, Dr. Markande, sir. As we are running short of time as per our schedule due to some other contingencies, now I request to Dr. Syed Azruddin, sir, please proceed, take a charge. The ball is in your court now, and we would like to hear from you. Thank you so much. I request Dr. Syed Azruddin sir.
Thank you very much. Just I want a feedback. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Perfectly audible, sir. No
Thank
problem.
you very much.
Okay.
At the outset, I congratulate Gandhi College Kada, District Bid from Maharashtra for organizing national webinar on business model shifts in post-COVID-19 era. Well, this topic is very apt and it explains the topicability where the need is very much there to shift in the business models. Friends, that is why I have decided that I will speak on innovative business models and priority sectors of Indian economy, because I knew that two earlier speakers were going to speak on industry and Professor Narvade was going to speak on the different sectors and challenges before Indian economy. That is why I have chosen this topic, innovative business models and priority sectors of Indian economy. It is said, need is the mother of invention. गरज ही शोधाची जननी आहे. So when there is need, you invent. And in pandemic, during pandemic and post-pandemic, I would put it in this way, innovation is the need of the time. And that is why you will find so many new types of business models are coming in front of us. Pre-COVID-19 recession brought some issues in Indian economy, pre-COVID-19 recession, because it was evident from December, January and February, we could find that there was a slowdown in the auto sector and also some of the IT sector firms were showing signs of slowdown. So here already evident recession was there before COVID-19, and you can find that during COVID-19 we had a chronology, like first it was lockdown, then it was break in the supply chain, break in manufacturing, because these factors impacted the Indian economy to a very large extent. Like lockdown, it was self-explanatory that there was a break in supply chain, everything came to a standstill. And when you say that it is a lockdown, then manufacturing is not an exception, it has to come down or it has to close down. And it was evident only essential commodities were allowed to manufactured, otherwise other things came to a standstill. And you have witnessed that earlier speaker said that there was a labor migration because nobody knew how much time this recession, or you will say COVID-19 pandemic will take, how much long. So the workers, they thought it is better to move to their respective native places, and you witness the migration. One writer have very rightly said, this migration is bigger than the migration of 1947. Large amount of people migrated from different states of India to their native places, and we have witnessed it. There are so many stories. I would not go into the detail, but this is just to sensitize you how the things are moving. So lockdown, supply chain breaking, manufacturing stopping were the factors. Now, when I say innovative business models, friends, I would talk of traditional models first, and then I will take you to the innovative business model, why it is changing or why it is taking place. If you look at the traditional model of the business, where manufacturer or businessman or the business who transfers it to wholesaler or distributor in the supply chain. Then the next person is retailer, and then it goes into the hands of the customer. This is the traditional model. And sometimes one of the person is missing in the chain. It depends upon the size of the business. More the bigger size, the chain will be bigger than what is expected. So innovation started in this supply chain, and we witnessed that B2B and C were very much evident. That is business to retailer to customer. This was evident, and other middlemen were automatically reduced. Then one more thing we have seen, that business to customer direct. So this is also one of the model which has been innovated from the traditional model. I will come back to the latest model which are implemented India and developing countries and the world. So we will correlate those models so that we can understand in a better way how these things are moving. See, in the last 5 to 6 years, India have moved from Skill India, Digital India, Make in India, Atmanirbhar, and now it has come to Fund India. Fund India means FDI, Foreign Direct Investment. Friends, we being teachers and researchers, it is our duty to inform, to educate, to sensitize, and to make people aware that we started from Skill India and we adopted Digital India, and we also gave a call of Make in India, and it transformed into Atmanirbhar. Now here what happened, when we were in between Make in India and Atmanirbhar, this COVID-19 came. And what happened, this process of Skill India, Digital India and Made in India had a gap. And that is why you will find that the Indian planners, the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Industry, Finance Minister, and the think tank of India, economist, Niti Aayog, everyone thought in the changing scenario, we have to adopt something exceptional. So what to do? So why not go to the basics, that we will first become Atmanirbhar and then we will move forward. And that is why you will find, I will take you back. There was a famine in India, and our late former Prime Minister of India, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, went to US to request that the red wheat which you are having excess and which you are going to throw in the ocean, I request you to give it to us. And she was kept waiting by the president of, you can say, the United States officials did not give a treatment as its head of the state. And that day, Gandhi decided that we should go for self-reliance and we should start from agriculture and start from food. I request those who are
Sir, sir, excuse me, please unmute, sir. Please unmute yourself. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Azharuddin, sir, please unmute yourself.
Yes, I have unmuted. Please, admin, you just see that nobody opens the mic, because what we have prepared and what we have come with, you will not be able to transfer it. We will not be able to impart that thing. So please try to see that nobody opens, or you can centralize way you can close the mic. Okay. So I was talking about Mrs. Indira Gandhi gave a call of green revolution. Right from MS Swaminathan to all the think tank in India said, okay, we will be self-sufficient, self-reliant in agriculture and food. And that was the day where we decided and we did it. And now we are self-sufficient in food. Although we are importing other things, that is not an issue. But the thing is, we are self-reliant in basic food grains, which is required for India. Friends, so this, why I have mentioned the chronology of Skill India, Digital India, Make in India, Atmanirbhar, and FDI, or foreign direct investment, because we should take the financial leverage, but we should not invite foreign direct investment to an extent that they will impact, or they will try to control the Indian economy. This is a dangerous trend, and we need to think in this critical way in long term. I am giving you a caution. So we, as a researchers, we need to think over it. You have seen that in 2016 demonetization, some problems started, and towards the end of 2019 and the start of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic, what happened? Out of the 7 crore entrepreneurs in India, they are MSMEs and you can say cottage industries. You will find that 2.1 crore MSMEs and cottage industries are closed in India. Friends, this is a very huge figure as far as India is concerned, or the developing country like India is concerned, one of the fastest developing country like India is concerned, because it is providing 20 crore people jobs in such type of MSMEs. And this, if it is impacted, then that is a big question in front of all the academicians and researchers. So out of 7 crore entrepreneurs or enterprises, you will find that 98% are micro industries. Now, this is a very big figure. And the sorry state of affairs, we do not have a separate ministry of micro industries. We should think about it very positively in future, because so much big chunk is there. And I was listening very carefully to earlier speaker, Professor Narvade. He also had some concerns in this area. So we need to rethink. We need to redefine what is going to come and what is going to happen. So it is a matter of research for everybody, including myself and those who are connected to it. So the latest model of innovation in business pattern is added to or is impacted with the saying, the world is digital now. So world is digital means that you have to have a component of digitization in every aspect of your business, right from manufacturing to supply chain, delivery of goods to the end customer. The participation of digital application have increased to a very, very big amount. Although it is not quantifiable or computable at present, we will be able to do that thing in the years to come. Maybe in 2 to 3 years, we will be able to pinpoint how much it is required and how much it is playing. But the questions which before us, before I go to the models, before us is how companies which are developing and producing hardware will survive in this world where their product could or will be replaced by software. This is very important question everybody has to think. Why? Because the study which has been conducted in Frankenberger Institute of Technology Management in Swiss University, Switzerland. This study focuses, this study shows the result that 90% of all business models are recombination of 60% already existing business model patterns. This means that out of the 90%, 60% business models are already recombination. So innovation is there in 60% of recombination, that is innovation. And if you look at that, you will find that these 60% business patterns can be used as a blueprint, can be used as a base, can be used as a line, can be used as a way, can be used as a way to move forward to develop your own business model with innovation. So it is, I would again take you back. In industry, what happened when after 1991, especially the new adoption of new economic policy, NEP. And before that, everybody was talking about liberalization from 1985. And actually, when 1/1/1995 WTO came into existence, there was a talk that there will be large-scale employment with the use of CNC machines in the production process. What happened? A machine, CNC machine, will do the work of 15 persons, and one person will be operating that CNC machine. Not only that, this automated machine later on, with the help of information technology and sensor technology, will 2-3 machines will be controlled by one person, and everybody had a fear. There is a sociological theory that the world of the work is limited and it will end very soon. This is a sociological theory, and it inculcates the fear in the minds of the people. The world work is limited and it will end soon. बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा. And this is something which inculcates a sense of fear in the people, in the manufacturer, and also you can say the labor or the employees, those who are working in this area. So I thought it better, the latest models which are working in combination with the traditional model I have discussed earlier. I will discuss it one by one. Like the first one is a very good initiative has come about localization. Now the pattern world over, pattern describes the holistic view of company, holistic, pura, total view of the company. What is that? The use of resources is geographically limited to a certain environment only, or certain geographical area only. And that is why what will happen if such an initiative is taken, then automatically it will reduce the negative environmental aspect stemming from energy consumption, energy consumption patterns. And this is a point where very soul searching and thinking is going on, and new models have come up. Take the example of the Inform multinational. It is totally based on organic. Some of the what you call business models which have come up in northern India, they are also based on back to the roots, go for organic and give healthy things to the people. So that has given a new turn, a new type of business. Even in manufacturing, what localization has done, if you go to the website and go to internet and see Veja, VEJA, it is a localized brand. And you will find that the pattern which they have adopted is appealing to the people. And that is why the customers are attracted towards that type of localization issue or initiative. And this is something which can be adopted by the researchers. And I also came to know that some class is also hosting this webinar. So I request all the students to think, how can you become the entrepreneur in a localized manner using local resources? You can think over that. सबने सोचना चाहिए, जो क्लास में बैठे स्टूडेंट्स है, रिसर्चर्स तो अटैच्ड है, लेकिन जो क्लास में बैठे स्टूडेंट्स इस वेबिनार को देख रहे हैं, they should think what I should adopt, what I should get, and what can be done from my end. कहाँ मुझे स्कोप है? The second model you can see, it is virtualization. What is that virtualization? It describes imitation of traditionally physical environment with computing environment. जैसे अभी मैंने कहा, physical environment को combine किया उन्होंने computing environment. How can that be done? The advantage is to the customer. कैसे advantage है? Can interact with the process directly. And when you interact with the process, from any location you can interact with the process. With any device you can interact with the process. In exchange, the customer has to pay for access to virtual service. And you can see, I will take you back, थोड़े 10-15 साल पहले लेके जाता हूं आपको. You just visualize. सोचो जरा, एक इनिशिएटिव आया था कॉल सेंटर्स. And from that call centers also came one very vibrant area which was called as medical transcription. बहुत फेमस हुआ और अभी भी बहुत फेमस है. और मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटीज के जो स्टूडेंट्स है, they are adopting this medical transcription job because they are earning in exchange of dollars and euros very much. And that is why you will find that the virtual services are to be paid. And today, the best example is today's webinar, which has been hosted on Zoom. And that has been paid by the organizers to have an access and reach the customers, the stakeholders. And today we are connected. Everybody is connected. I don't know how many people are connected on YouTube, but certainly more than 100 people are connected live to this webinar, and more than 200 people are connected to YouTube. So that is one very good example. Zoom, Microsoft, and other platforms which are going for virtualization and giving services. Another type in this is that subscription model, subscription business model. And what is this subscription business model logic? ये क्या logic है? Where customer has to pay regular fee at regular interval, like monthly, quarterly, half yearly, yearly, for the product or services which he or she or organization is availing. So for that, they have to pay the subscription. And when they pay the subscription, what happens? Customers benefit from the lower cost. Usko cost kam ho jati hai. And they get the general services which are readily available. This is important. Readily available. बहुत आसानी से available हो जाते. Everything. And that is why you'll find that the subscription model have been adopted by which people? You can see TV shows. These are subscribed. You have to pay for that and you will get that. Movie channels, they are subscribed. You will find annual maintenance contract, AMC. These are also a part of subscription. You pay, you will get the service. They will come automatically. They know when to come. If it is a yearly or if it is half yearly, after 6 months, they will come to you and do the service, whatever it is. And that is called as AMC, annual maintenance contract. You can find this on the TV also, Netflix. What is that? Subscription. And that is why you will find most of the services are of this model, where subscription model is being followed. Then again, one more model is there, that is called as orchestrator model. Now this is something which is very you can say a, having a angle where it is related to the company itself. How? The aim is that company or business focus on core competencies on value chain. जो बिजनेस या ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के कोर कॉम्पिटेंसीज है, उसके वैल्यू चेन के ऊपर बेस्ड है ये बिजनेस मॉडल. हाउ कैन दिस बी? देखिए एक एग्जांपल मैं देता हूं आपको कि यू मस्ट हैव विटनेस्ड सोनी, you must have witnessed Nike, you must have witnessed Philips, you must have witnessed Procter and Gamble. You are witnessing many companies which are adopting this model. Kaise? How? See, I'll come back to the companies afterwards. Then I'll explain you the logic. Logic क्या है? Value chain is outsourced. इसमें कुछ value chain जो होती है ना, उसको क्या करते हैं, वो आउटसोर्स करते हैं. एंड इट इज एक्टिवली कोऑर्डिनेटेड, उसको कोऑर्डिनेट भी करते हैं. हाउ यू नीड दैट? आई ऑलवेज गिव एन एग्जांपल इन वेबिनार्स एंड सेमिनार्स एंड रिफ्रेशर कोर्सेस दैट व्हेन CFL bulb came in India, we were getting bulbs made in Malaysia, made in Indonesia, and after some time we witnessed that the same CFL bulb, we found that it was made in China. When after some time again in the post WTO, we witnessed in the new millennium that the same CFL is made in India also. What is that? First, Philips outsourced it to Indonesia, Malaysia, and they brought it to India. Then they started the manufacturing facility in China. Then they outsourced it to China, and then they brought it to India. Then they thought that India is a big market. Why focus on China? We will distribute somewhere else the material produced in China. We will manufacture in India. They started manufacturing in India, and they know that India can have a good access of water connectivity to the Gulf area, to South America, to North America and America. So these countries can be accessed. So Philips, which is based in Holland, they outsourced it and they are manufacturing in India and they are distributing. So this is a very, very important example of orchestrator model which have been implemented. Sony का भी देखिए आप और Nike का तो देखिए आप. What happened? You will find that the hosiery manufacturing countries, I was listening very carefully to Professor Narwade. He pointed out one thing. I will come back to that point. See, earlier when Nike and Adidas were sending goods to India, they were sending made in Indonesia, made in Malaysia, made in China, made in Japan. And slowly what happened? They shifted their focus to the cheaper countries where they can manufacture their same quality products. And they shifted their focus on Vietnam. They focused on Thailand, and they focused on Bangladesh, which Professor Narwade said. Bangladesh, Ratan textile, what you call, there was a fire in the Ratan textile. And after that, we could find that Bangladesh is taking the manufacturing activity on such a level that the exports of Bangladesh have exceeded India. India से ज़्यादा उन्होंने क्या किया? Hosiery और ready-made garments में export किया. And one very astonishing things. In India, we have a Zara brand. Zara, Z-A-R-A. Zara brand का एक ओनर, और यूरोपियन तो है ही है, लेकिन एक ओनर बांग्लादेशी भी है. And it is A brand which is marketed in India at a all metropolitan cities and B1, B2 populated cities in India also. So the thing is that you are taking the leverage of that orchestrator model and you are outsourcing it. And the companies which are adopting this, they are reducing the cost. And that is why you will find that it will benefit the suppliers and it will benefit the manufacturers in terms of economies of scale. हम business economics, managerial economics और economics में हम ये term we come across this term, economies of scale. So if you manufacture more, you can economize in the cost, and costing is economized, you have an advantage is the business. That is one of the logical thing which every manufacturer thinks about it and tries to adopt it. And you will find that the focus on core competencies are done in this, so that increase in performance comes automatically. And you will find one example I would like to give you. See, America is fearing in the automobile sector. बहुत डरा हुआ है वो automobile sector में. कैसे डरा हुआ है? Honda, Toyota and Nissan, ये जो brands अमेरिका में गए हुए हैं, these are in America now. And what have they done? They are selling the cars half the price of the American brands. So what will people do? Many people think we will afford 2 cars, one after the other, and we will buy the Japanese car, so that our car will be new, our car will be in good condition before we change it. And then after some time, we will again purchase a new car. That is what America is fearing. And that is one of the reason automobile sector, China is outsourcing the service. China is dumping in America. And that was the reason for the Cold War between China and America. And 3 times more exports have been done by China than the American to China. That is why the Cold War started. The war game started, and in business. That is why it was a very, very dangerous situation. Friends, if I go into that topic, it will be very long. We can come back to the model, another model, dematerialization. बहुत ही कीमती model, बहुत अच्छा. The aim is to create a product that requires less or no shopping bags. Less or no shopping bags. And that is why in future, if you see the coffee cup, if you see the toothbrush, if you see the pair of running shoes, most of the things are made of, listen carefully this word, finite material. The things are made with finite. Finite means limited material, and which once used will not be used again. And that is why what they have said, the life of that finite material is short, and that is for the short period only. And that is why they have adopted a model of dematerialization. When they adopted the model of dematerialization, इसको reduce करो और use and throw को क्या करो, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा promote करो. So just look at the coffee mugs that are used and thrown. Then you can use the toothbrush once in the hotel and you can throw it. Then you can use many things once and you can throw, so that it is recyclable and you can reuse. You can take a very good example of the household cleaning material, which is reduce the single-used plastic containers. And you will find that these materials are disposable and they can be recycled, and that will not harm the what you call environment also, and it will not disturb the ecology also. And that is why they are adopting. And you find the products like Adidas, and Nike and the other brands which are there, international brands, you find the tracksuit before when we were playing 10-15 years back as a player, we could find that agar humko tracksuit leke jana hai, we have to carry the tracksuit. It requires a big space. Today it is just like the top is just like a shirt and the lower is just like any other small thing which you carry, a bermuda or your private undergarments. It is not more than that. It will not take much space. Even you can carry it in the handbag also, hand carry also, the tracksuit. This is the case, an excellent example of dematerialization. So friends, these models, if you combine, you have a very good chance of entrepreneurial excellence or moving towards the entrepreneurship. You can take up these things. Friends, my second part, deliberation, which I have conveyed to the organizations was, I will focus something on, although I had a very good speaker earlier, Professor Narvade sir, he spoke on Indian economy. That is why I chose to speak only on priority sectors and some of the examples in the priority sectors. Because the priority sector in Indian economy is under strain. Strain means difficulty. Archan mein hai. And when we say strain, this means that it is a challenge. And before COVID-19 and during the pandemic and now the post-pandemic, the challenges are under these priority sector areas where India is facing a problem. And we have to think, rethink, remake and reorganize or remodel the things which are going to come, so that we will be able to come to the terms of break even and economics of scale. So break even and economies of scale can be achieved with the focus on the priority sector. The first sector which I was going to talk is electricity. If you look at the weight of electricity in the index of industrial production, it is around 20%. To be precise, it is 19.85%. So this is the weight of index of industrial production of electricity. It is a core issue because it is responsible for the cost. मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, always I say, electricity should be given priority by the states and the central government. States government and central government. You have to look at this area, because this will make the entrepreneurs, this will break the entrepreneurs. Why? Electricity, if alternative forms of energy are utilized or electricity is produced with economy, then we can supply to the consumers economically, and the producer will achieve the economies of scale, because it will able to lower the cost. अगर cost कम होगी तो उसकी economy और वो competitive हो जाएगा. And what is the need of the hour? We shift to something which is very, very affordable. India can go for solar technology. The sad thing is that the solar energy is available in the tropical country like India. इतना sunlight है, लेकिन solar energy टैप करने के लिए हमारे पास एक सबसे बड़ा डिफिकल्ट है. The situation is we don't have a technology, and technology which is not indigenous. हमारे यहाँ की टेक्नोलॉजी ने हमको इंपोर्ट करना पड़ रहा है. That is why solar is becoming little bit expensive. So we need to emphasize, to research on this area, so that we are able to take advantage of this solar energy. Or if not, some of the coastal regions, जो states को coastal area है, Maharashtra, Goa, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Odisha, Bengal, these are the coastal, Gujarat also, these are the states which are having coastal area. What can we do? We can go for small nuclear energy plants which can be used as an alternative source of energy. क्यों नहीं जाते हम? We are a nuclear force. We should go for that. And unless we go for that, people or the countries like China and small countries like Bangladesh and Taiwan and Thailand and Vietnam will always remain competitive, and they will be one step ahead of us. And that is why a soul searching is needed in this priority sector. If you want to survive, you have to take alternative measures in electricity. Steel का अगर हमने in what you call index of industrial production देखे, weight देखे उसका, तो 17.92%, nearly 18% weight है उसका. And what is the advantage India has? We have the iron ore in large quantity. Indian steel is better than the European steel and American steel. What is the sad part? In this budget, one sad thing happened. And I am very much concerned. मुझे तो बहुत तकलीफ हुई सुनकर. A backdoor entry for the Chinese steel material is going to come. Friends, builder की तो मजा हो गई, कुछ हद तक customers की भी मजा हो गई, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान का नुकसान हो गया. Because we will not be able to stop the Chinese steel, because we are the signatory to the World Trade Organization. We are the founder members. China and India are both founder members of WTO. We cannot stop. जैसे एंटी डंपिंग लगाए, काउंटर वेलिंग ड्यूटी लगाए, तो भी इतना चीप रहेगा वो कि हमारे लिए अफोर्ड करना बड़ा मुश्किल है. That is a big challenge, and I see that as a potential threat in future. We have to think and rethink, remodel, and we have to take steps. नहीं तो एक काम करना पड़ेगा, वहां से चीप स्टील लो और इंडिया का पूरा स्टील क्या करो, यूरोप और अमेरिका को भेजो और फॉरेन एक्सचेंज कमाओ, एंड वी कैन बिकम स्ट्रांग. ये भी कर सकते हैं, वी कैन रीमॉडल. ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, चाइना से चीप में लो और महंगी जगह हमारा अच्छा स्टील भेजो, गल्फ में भेजो और वहां से पैसे कमाओ और इंडिया को मजबूत बनाओ. वी कैन डू दैट. वी हैव टू रीमॉडल इट. Refinery crude oil, the weightage is around 35% combining of refinery and crude oil. Crude oil import bill should be reduced. Import bill तो reduce हो रहा है. CNG, LPG और अब electric cars and mopeds are coming, but it will not reduce the crude oil bill. हमको वो पर देना ही पड़ेगा. So what can be done in this area? What we can do is we can also go for a alternative model like steel. जैसे मैंने स्टील का एक मॉडल बताया आपको कि हमने इंडियन स्टील को बाहर भेजना और पैसे कमाना, वैसे ही हम क्या कर सकते हैं क्रूड ऑयल को. वैसे रिलायंस ने स्टार्ट कर दिया. रिलायंस क्या कर रहा है, प्रोसेस कर रहा है क्रूड ऑयल और यहाँ से पेट्रोल बाहर के देश को भेज रहा है जहां पर उनको पेट्रोल की जरूरत है और थोड़ा महंगा बेच रहा है. तो उससे फायदा ये है कि रिलायंस को तो पैसे मिल रहे, लेकिन इंडिया इज गेटिंग what you call foreign exchange, and we are increasing the balance of payment in our treasury, the treasury of the Indian government. So that is a positive sign. ऐसे ही हम अगर कॉस्मेटिक्स बना के यूरोप को भेजे, जिनको बहुत लगते हैं, रोज लगते हैं, सुबह शाम लगते हैं, सुबह दोपहर शाम लगते हैं, तो उसको अगर हम भेजे तो we can earn lot of money. We have to remodel the business. This is required. The shift is required. Otherwise, we will have to be very, very careful in the coming days. Our industry may suffer. Cement, although the weight is very less, 5.3% in the index of industrial production, बहुत कम है, लेकिन आत्मनिर्भर होना बहुत जरूरी है. We have a raw material and we should go for more and more production instead of importing it. Why not? We can produce. We should focus on this area, and it can be done because the supply chain will give more jobs and more employment will be generated, created with the expanding of this cement industry. Natural gas is not an exception. We have to explore. See, foreign companies and countries are coming to India to map. अभी देखो एक बात बताता हूं मैं आपको. Weapons of mass destructions were not there in Iraq, but still America went and attacked it. Why? Not because of Saddam Hussein. They went for oil. And this is one of the reasons. They went to Libya because Libya is a potential producer of oil. तो लीबिया को क्यों इन्वेट किया? क्योंकि लीबिया में ऑलरेडी फ्रेंच and Turkish and other European oil companies were already there in Libya, and they were witnessing that if the country, if the people, they restrict them, then they will not be able to extract the what you call oil from there, and that is why they invaded and they made all that story. So you have to be very careful. When such a thing can happen to one country, it can happen anywhere to any country in the world. Friends, one more area where we have to be very careful in the priority sector is fertilizer. What is happening is day-to-day consumption is increasing, and you can find that sustainable food production in India is the thing which is going on, and this can be very well substantiated from this figure that today fertilizer production is 5,434 billion rupees. Itna production India mein hai fertilizer, or we are importing from many countries fertilizer. That is why you will find that government has projected by 2024, 2024 तक गवर्नमेंट का इरादा है, इंटेंशन है to produce 11,116 billion rupees of fertilizer in India. पूरा डबल करना है उनको. कितना स्कोप है देखो, कितना स्कोप है. Chemical industries, fertilizer industries, all will benefit. We do not need to call Monsanto and other foreign multinationals to produce what you call fertilizer for us. We don't need them. We can become आत्मनिर्भर. ये खत्म है, और supply chain भी बढ़ेगा, लोगों को employment भी मिलेगा. And the last sector which I want to focus, and then I'll come back to some of the concerns and I'll finish. The last sector is agriculture. And I was also listening to Professor Narvade and Professor Sarvade sir. Both had those things inside their deliberation about agriculture. See, 58% of Indians are having livelihood on agriculture. And when we talk about the majority, we also know what we also should answer what we are doing for this majority. इनके लिए हम क्या कर रहे हैं, ये सोचना बहुत जरूरी है. Teachers, researchers, students are the future. Politicians, teachers, researchers, we should all think. सबने सोचना चाहिए. दोनों स्पीकर्स ने बहुत कंसर्न दिया था, and we need to strengthen it. उसको हमने मजबूत बनाना है, क्योंकि हमारे साथ कुछ स्ट्रेंथ है. कौन सा स्ट्रेंथ है? द फर्स्ट इज इंक्रीजिंग डिमांड. अगर हमको एग्रीकल्चर को ज्यादा वेटेज देना है और उससे माइलेज लेना है, लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट देना है और प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी बढ़ाना है, तो हमको क्या करना पड़ेगा? इंक्रीजिंग डिमांड हमारे पास जो है. क्यों है हमारे पास इंक्रीजिंग डिमांड? राइज इन पॉपुलेशन, राइज इन इनकम, राइज इन रूरल एंड अर्बन इनकम, दोनों भी इनकम पे है, तो उससे तो डिमांड आएगा. And what is more important is external demand. External demand भी बहुत है. And when there is external demand, rise in income, urban, rural, and rise in population, there is a continuous steady demand. And that is why increasing demand can be a very, very strong point for agriculture. इसके साथ साथ we have opportunities. Number 2, what opportunities for varied agriculture inputs, and allied services. Allied services now getting more and more importance, like warehousing, cold storages. Agro-based industry in India is expanding day by day. I'm coming to that point slowly. In agriculture only, expanding day by day. So this is an opportunity. इसको भी कैच करना बहुत जरूरी है from agriculture point of view, because 58% are having livelihood on this. The third thing is we require policy support. The government have the promotional attitude for exports, agriculture exports, and the target is by 2022 $60 billion export is to be increased by 2022 तक, and this gives you a lot of scope. 30 to 35 billion dollars से 60 billion dollars 22 तक करना है. कितना गैप है देखो, कितनी अपॉर्चुनिटी है. मैं तो कड़ा कॉलेज के वो टीचर मुझे एक प्रोडक्ट आंवला का कुछ प्रोडक्ट बना रहे. आई वाज वेरी हैप्पी टू सी दैट अ टीचर इज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग दैट थिंग एट होम, and I like the product also made based on Avla. And you should promote such type of products. And once people know that these products are useful, then they will automatically be attracted and they can innovate in that. इसको innovate करके और भी इसकी efficiency और effectiveness बढ़ा सकते हैं. We can do that. Then when I talked about warehousing and agro-based industry, this needs the policy support, and it is already there. एक target है $60 billion का जो 2020 तक. And last advantage is the competitive advantage. Why competitive advantage? वो concern देखो नरवड़े सर का, less than 1 acre of land. तो ये fragmented जो है हमारे पास agriculture land है, लेकिन but what we have is high proportion of agricultural land. Fragmented है वो उनका point था, लेकिन मैं उसको एक अलग एंगल से बताऊंगा कि high proportion of agriculture land, although it is fragmented and concern raised by Professor Narvade sir, but we also have an advantage of diverse agro-climatic conditions, agriculture climatic conditions. देखो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस कितना हमारे फेवर में है. एक तरफ बर्फ गिरती है, एक तरफ सूखा पड़ता है, एक तरफ फैमाइन होता है और एक तरफ जो है फ्लड आता है. क्या कुदरत ने भी हिंदुस्तान में ये सब चीजें मिलाकर रखी है. ये कैसा सुंदर कॉम्बिनेशन है जो सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान में दिखता है, लेकिन ये कहीं और दूसरे कंट्री में वर्ल्ड में दिखता नहीं है. बट व्हाट वी आर डूइंग, we are not able to take advantage of it. So advantage will come only when we will be able to take advantage of this diverse agro-climatic conditions. And that is why you will find that diverse cultivation of different crops should be motivated through policy support. Policy support के साथ अगर motivation होता है तो हम बहुत अच्छे से survive करते हैं. I will just give you one example. See the farmers which are agitating for the 3 bills. Okay, they have their own point of view. Government have their own point of view. We should think in the short term and long term. Researchers, we should not be biased. But then, in the long term, what will happen? In the long term, farmers will be moderately affected. How they will be affected? Moderately affected. But the users, consumers, end users, common man will be more affected than the moderate farmers. This is what is the crux. And that is why the people are agitating, and the world economists are also commenting on this issue. from India's perspective. So we should not take it negatively. We should take it positively, and we can reform the bills and we can bring forward which are more friendly to farmers and more benefiting to end users and customers. That can be done. A mean निकाल सकते हैं हम उसके अंदर, और ये इनिशिएटिव दोनों को लेना पड़ेगा, फार्मर्स को भी और गवर्नमेंट को भी. ऐसा एक यूनिलैटरल डिसीजन कैन नॉट बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड with force. It cannot survive for a long time. It will break the very delicate chain. I can give you very good example. मैं अपने ये deliberation को एक example से prove करूंगा. एक पहले statistics देता हूं आपको, उसके बाद मैं अपना एक example देता हूं. See, Indian food and grocery market is world's 6th largest market. छठा वर्ल्ड का सबसे बड़ा मार्केट है. कौन सा? इंडियन फूड एंड ग्रोसरी मार्केट. और इसको अगर आप देखें तो इंडियन फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री जो इंडिया में है, ये 5th लार्जेस्ट इंडस्ट्री है इंडिया में. तो देखो 6th लार्जेस्ट ग्रोसरी मार्केट, फूड मार्केट वर्ल्ड का, और 5th लार्जेस्ट इन इंडिया जो इंडस्ट्री है. जब इसका CAGR क्यूमुलेटिव एनुअल ग्रोथ रेट इज 10%, और ये फूड प्रोसेसिंग और ऑर्गेनिक फूड सेगमेंट का जो क्यूमुलेटिव एनुअल ग्रोथ रेट है ये 10% से, और इसीलिए 2025 तक जो टारगेट किया है गवर्नमेंट ने, ये टारगेट को हम अगर अपनाते हैं, वी अडॉप्ट इट, वी विल बी एबल टू कंप्लीट आवर एस्पिरेशन. अपनी इच्छाएं, अपने एंटरप्रेन्योरल इंटेंशंस को हम पूरा कर सकते हैं इफ वी आर exploiting the gap between $35 billion to $60 billion of export, which can be done by the what you call agro-based industries in India. And not only that, domestic market is also expanding day by day with the awareness among the people. What is required? जैसे मैंने अभी कहा कि जैसे शेतकरी है, इनको सिर्फ ये कहा कि go back and produce edible oil. We don't want to import the 10 billion edible oil which is imported from outside India. $10 billion का edible oil का हमारा पेमेंट होता है इंपोर्ट करने के बाद. सिर्फ ये edible oil नॉर्दर्न इंडिया में प्रोड्यूस किया तो $10 बिलियन से हमारी इंडियन इकोनॉमी स्ट्रांग होंगी, हमारा बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट सुधरेगा, हमारा इकोनॉमिक फोर्स बोल के हम आगे आएंगे, एंड वी विल बी एबल टू बिकम मोर कॉम्पिटिटिव. अगर हमने सिर्फ एक कॉल दिया उनको, ये बनाओ और ये $10 बिलियन को एक्सप्लॉइट करो, हम आपका पूरा इंडिया में ही जो है पूरा मटेरियल हम एक मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस पे लेंगे. यू कैन डू दैट, बट we should have the mentality to do that. Everybody should inculcate. We should try to focus on these issues. We have the potential, but we are not exploiting that potential. And that is what is concerning the researchers, the teachers, the economists, and the industry people. And that is why this should be taken care, and it should be taken care at earliest. Financial support should be provided to the farmers so that the grain crops and other cash crops can be produced on large scale, which can be export oriented. अगर हमने export oriented चीज बनाई तो हम survive कर सकते हैं. We don't require that thing. If you look at the budget, you'll find that a very good initiative has taken by the government of India, where we were lagging behind in the health sector. And we were lagging behind some of the developing countries. उनसे भी हम पीछे थे. लेकिन गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया और 68,180 करोड़ का जो नया स्कीम लेके आया, आत्मनिर्भर स्वास्थ्य भारत योजना. See, what is important and very beneficial in this is that you'll find that the government has taken care for the block level requirement. What is the block level requirement in this? You will find the district level, state level, and national level planning is there, implementation is there, and I think this will be 100% successful in the coming years, and Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana will not fail. It will be 100% successful. With health sector, we are going for financial reforms. And that is why allocation to NABARD has been instrumental and very noticeable in the budget. And that is why we are very optimistic as far as this is concerned. But I was looking to the budget very carefully, and I found 20% increase in the defense budget. Defense budget में 20% increase और इतना ज्यादा increase, तो रिसोर्सेस तो हमको डाइवर्ट ही करना पड़ेगा ना दूसरी तरफ से. 20% जब उधर देंगे, हाँ, तो फिर हम कहां से कहीं से हमको कम करके उधर डाइवर्ट करना पड़ेगा ना. So that is something which is very, very critical, and it should be critically analyzed whether we require that much. ठीक है, डबल डिजिट तक ठीक था, लेकिन डबल डिजिट 10 plus 10, 20 is very much big, and that is something which is not taken very rightly by the economist. You can also see that money will be raised from the privatization. Okay, it is good. Public sector units का privatization हम करने वाले हैं, and 1,75,000 crore rupees will be raised from there. तो ये भी उन्होंने provision बताया है. But then we should be very careful. जो sick units है उनको ही बंद करो, कोई बात नहीं. We can go for privatization, but you should be very careful again. The units which are earning foreign exchange for India, they should not be disturbed. If you disturb, you will disturb the fabric of Indian economy. You will disturb the blanket of Indian economy. और अगर हमारी ब्लैंकेट में छेद हो गया तो पानी भी आएगा, धूप भी आएगी, सर्दी भी आएगी, और हमको आत्मनिर्भर बनने में बहुत तकलीफ होगी. This is a cause, and this is something which I am very much concerned, and I think that although the budget is in good direction, many people or teachers, researchers and students are attached. Go back to the budget and see. Emphasis is on focus is on the capital expenditure. और कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर जब होता है, देखो सत्य कुमार जी राठी भी अटैच्ड है, मैं देख रहा हूं, ही इज स्माइलिंग आल्सो. कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर जब होता है तो ये दिस इज फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म, दिस इज नॉट फॉर शॉर्ट टर्म और मीडियम टर्म, दिस इज फॉर द लॉन्ग टर्म. तो अभी भूख लगी है और हम प्रोविजन कर रहे कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर का, तो दिस इज अगेन ए क्वेश्चन मार्क. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमारे जो कड़ा कॉलेज के क्या बोलते मैनेजमेंट है, उसमें भी सीएज है, वो भी बड़े गौर से सुन रहे होंगे कि कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर की आज जरूरत थी क्या. दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन मार्क. थिंक अबाउट इट, एंड देन we will come out with ideas whether the long term measures were required or the post covid short term period measures were required. We need to rethink about it and we can realign. ऐसा नहीं कि अभी बजट में दे दिया है तो वो तीर कमान से निकल कर वापस नहीं आ सकता. No, we can go for realignment of our objectives, and we can go for reforms and redefine and reassess the situation, and we can reallocate also. We can take up the supplementary budget. We can do that, very well do that. It is under the head. देखो क्यों मैं बोल रहा हूं कि 30 लाख करोड़ रुपीस का प्रोविजन किया था कि नहीं किया था? आत्मनिर्भर और स्ट्रांग और सपोर्ट के लिए किया था. 30 लाख करोड़ रुपीस का रिलीफ का पैकेज हमने डिक्लेयर किया. फ्रेंड्स, 22 lakh crore rupees have been spent. और हमारे फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने कहा कि we spend. ठीक है ना, spend. It is good for the economy. Spend. But when you underspend, this means somewhere we are falling short of our objective. कहीं तो भी हम हमारे ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में शॉर्टफॉल है. ये चीज के ऊपर हमको सोच विचार करना बहुत जरूरी है. Because another thing, look at the things which were declared, agriculture and education ka allocation. Agriculture and education allocation has come down. What is this? We need to realign. We need to rethink. Go back to the budget and see why it is coming down. Education में तो 4% कहा नरवड़े सर ने, और कोठारी कमीशन ने तो 6% कब से कहा, कितने साल पहले कहा, लास्ट सेंचुरी में कहा था, न्यू मिलेनियम में तो 6% लागू हो जाना चाहिए था. Irrespective of the governments, कोई भी गवर्नमेंट आओ, we are not crossing 4%. So how can you expect you will go for research and development? Another very critical area, question mark. How can we become Atmanirbhar? America is self-sufficient in every aspect. क्यों? Research and research. पूरे brains इंडिया के वहां जाते हैं. क्यों जाते हैं? क्योंकि उनको वहां काम मिलता है, उनको उसका रेम्यूनरेशन मिलता है. जहां पर रेम्यूनरेशन और काम मिलेगा वहीं लोग जाएंगे. इंटेलेक्चुअल ब्रेन ड्रेन विल बी देयर एंड इट विल कीप ऑन टिल द टाइम यू प्रोवाइड और प्लेस फॉर दैट. एक हिंट देता हूं, आगे निकलता हूं. एक ही सेंटेंस. व्हेन चाइना स्टार्टेड लिबरलाइजेशन प्रोसेस, यू नो व्हाट दे डिड? दे गेव ए कॉल टू द चाइनीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. पूरे वर्ल्ड के चाइनीज को कहा, इंटेलेक्चुअल्स को, कम बैक टू चाइना. We will give you everything you are getting anywhere in the world. And see the result. देखो, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बन गया. कैंप पिट्रोडा को इंडिया ने, राजीव गांधी ने लेके आया था. फाइबर ऑप्टिक रेवोल्यूशन आया इंडिया में, एंड वी आर नाउ सॉफ्टवेयर एक्सपर्ट्स, वी आर नाउ IT experts in the world. Indians are considered, and that is why we should care for this, and we should stop the brain drain. And if we are working towards the reducing of food subsidy, then this is my cause of concern. An area where 35% of the people are living in below poverty line. We cannot afford to reduce the food subsidy. We cannot afford, my dear friends. We need to do a soul searching. हम अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते. हम वेलफेयर स्टेट से हमारी भूमिका कैपिटलिस्टिक अप्रोच की तरफ टोटली लेके नहीं जा सकते. हमको कंबाइंड मिक्स्ड इकोनॉमी का फॉर्मूला एडॉप्ट करना पड़ेगा. क्यों ना हम 75 कैपिटलिस्ट और 25 व्हाट यू कॉल सोशलिस्ट अप्रोच रखे, या वेलफेयर स्टेट का अप्रोच रखे, तो इट कैन बी अ गुड कॉम्बिनेशन. वी हैव टू रीथिंक अबाउट दिस बिकॉज इंडिया इज ए कैश इकोनॉमी. We cannot become digital overnight. India is a cash economy, and that is why the startup mission, the mission begin again. We have to rethink it and we have to adopt it. And before departing, I give you the incident of 30th December 2020. What happened on 30th December 2020? The long awaited European Union and China deal have been finalized. European Union और China का deal finalize हो गया. कब? 30th December 2020. कोविड-19 के पीरियड में और पोस्ट कोविड में जो हमारे लिए एडवांटेज था, यूरोपियन कंपनीज, कंट्रीज were looking forward towards India. Now they have a partner in China. So what will they do? Will they come with us? Can we afford to go to them? We have to redefine, we have to rethink, we have to realign, we have to reform, and we have to remodel. Then only we will be able to make India strong. I hope I have been able to convey my message in a proper way. I apologize if there is any technical problem from my side, but I also thank at the onset to the organizers, the Department of Economics and Commerce of Gandhi College, Kada, District Bid, Maharashtra, for organizing this national webinar. And I deliberately did not speak in Marathi because I came to know there are some foreigners. There are people from Jalandhar, there are people from North India, there are people from South India, and that is why I try to convey the message as much as possible in English and Rashtra Bhasha Hindi. And that is why I hope I have been able to transform and I have been able to deliver. Thank you very much. The organizing committee of the national webinar, their young energetic principal who is going to retire, young energetic principal who is going to retire in 2-3 years, but I don't think he will retire. He will again take up a new opportunity and move forward, take Kada College to the new heights. And I pray to Almighty to bless the management and the organizing committee, the teachers and researchers for their healthy progress in future. And best of luck for your NAC coming upcoming NAC also. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. I just have some feeling like there were 2020 match we all were observing. As in 2020, there are fours and sixes in every 2 and 3 balls. Similarly, you have given such a realistic and most relevant examples throughout the entire industries, not only nationally but internationally. Also, you have made a comparison and identified many problems also. Simultaneously, you have provided good solutions which all the participants, whereas economics, commerce students or research scholars and many other eminent faculties present there for the webinar, and all of us would be really benefited with this. I remember the thing that as you have said everything, we can't change the direction of the wind, but we can adjust ourselves to always reach to our destination. And whatever setback is been because of the COVID pandemic throughout the worldwide, so I would say that the setback is really a setup for a comeback, and definitely we will get out of it. And thank you so much once again for a wonderful talk and informative information for all of us. Okay, now as per the schedule, we are moving forward towards the question answer session. I request all the participants, if you have any questions, you can raise it or you can just type it to the host. I request the technical head, Hase sir, please allow participants to message you, or even you can unmute also. There will be 5 to 10 minutes allotted to all the question answer rounds. So please, I request, if you have any question, please do ask.
Hello,
Can
sir.
I ask, sir? Hello, sir. Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Sir, thanks so much for your wonderful enlightenment to all of us. One of my question to you is that can a solidarity fund be can it be one of the solution to stop the brain drain from India? Because as we see, the youth generation has been they have been migrating towards abroad, and this is really, as you have said, it's a very big question in front of us, that is our country. So can it be a solution, that is by relieving income tax, by relieving some amount of income tax and adding solidarity fund in it? Can it be a solution?
The question asked by Dr. Suparna, I think she's seen on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Full name, but the question is very apt. And you talked about solidarity fund. See, where there is a will, there is a way. Where there is a will, There is a way. And look at the budget. Did you get any relief there? Did you get any relief in that budget? No. And this money would have a relief in the budget, would have generated demand in the post COVID-19. You could have given relief now and you can have taken it back next year. But what was the need of the hour? To reduce it now, give some benefit so that the flow of money can come into the economy and the demand will be generated all round, and we can take it back anytime. Government servants are the soft, or the taxpayers are the soft targets of any government, not this government, any government, they are the soft targets. But the thing is that when we talk about, I talked to you about Sam Pitroda, when fiber optics came to India. I talked about China, that they stopped the brain drain, they brought them and they said, whatever you are getting there, we will give you there. We will give you in China. They brought them and they are giving them. So हमारे लिए भी we need such type. Fund is not, fund का तो देखो ना 30 लाख करोड़ का प्रोविजन है और आपने स्पेंड कितना किया? 22 लाख करोड़. तो आपको किसने रोका था? और फिर बोलते हैं spend, spend, spend. It is not that like that. We have to do that. It is necessary. And when you make a provision, you have that money, spend it. You don't know who will benefit on इसके long term effect क्या होंगे. हम वो ना करते हुए हमने वो 8 लाख करोड़ को spend नहीं किया. So the same thing happens. Investment in R&D is not done to that level by Indian medium scale and large scale industries. I will give you one very good example. GE, General Electric, have started a lab in Bangalore and 3,500 scientists are working there, Indian and foreign. What they are doing, you know, they are producing the models of the product, remodeling of the product in a customized manner. How we can reduce the cost of those products and manufacture in India cheaply and capture the Indian market, and the surplus they will send it to different parts of the world where the market is there for that products. And who has invested? General Electric. हमारे इन्वेस्टमेंट कहाँ है बताइए. हमारे जो फार्मा 2, 4, 5 इंडस्ट्रीज है बड़े, उसमें ही R&D है हमारे पास. बाकी के पास हमारा R&D नहीं. आप तो केमिस्ट्री की लग रही है मुझे. I think yes, your smile says everything, that you are from chemistry and you understand this. I hope I answered you. Thank you very much. And any other question? We are shortage of time.
Can I ask a question, please? Can I ask a question?
Yes, very good, very nice.
Charushila madam has raised his hand.
Hello.
Please ask.
Can I ask a question, please?
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Good afternoon, Syed sir. I am listening to you second time, but sir, I want to ask you 2 questions. My first question is, sir, LIC, Life Insurance Corporation, has been from many more. Why government selling some shares through IPO? And second question is, why government is turning toward privatization? Is the government sectors performing well or not? What is the reason behind it, sir?
See, government have declared LIC IPO. And your second question was why we are turning towards privatization. See, when we adopt something, liberalization, privatization and globalization, and we are living in the post WTO era from 1/1/1995. अब ये post WTO era है, तो इसमें development कभी भी कैसे होता है पता है कि to every advantage there is a disadvantage. तो advantage तो हमको रहेगा, और इंडिया मैं हमेशा बोलता हूं, why India was able to develop so fast in the post WTO era, 1195, post WTO. क्यों? The only reason was you go back to 1951 and see the first 5-year plan to the 12th 5-year plan. India was able to develop the basic infrastructure required for industrial development. और जब हम WTO में आ गए, और WTO के पहले मनमोहन सिंह ने न्यू इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसी 1991 में when we were having shortage of foreign exchange, गोल्ड रख के जब लेके आया, तो उसके बाद हमको ये समझ में आया कि there is a very bright chance for India because we have a basic infra, and only thing is we have to bring the people and start it, and that is why we have been able to grow very fast. अगर इसका 100% यूटिलाइजेशन हुआ तो हम इकोनॉमिक फोर्स 2050 में होंगे, ऐसा इकोनॉमिस्ट का अनुमान है. तो ये कोई झूठी शान या झूठा कोई प्रोपोगंडा नहीं है. वी कैन बिकम, वी हैव एवरीथिंग. You asked the second question, privatization. Privatization is unavoidable, but it should not be at the behest of capitalism. कैपिटलिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए प्राइवेटाइजेशन लाना, ये नीति गलत है. अगर ऐसा करेंगे तो फिर यू विल किल. अब आप कहते हैं कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन, इंश्योरेंस भी आया है. They have been, but they are regulated by IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority. कोई भी प्रोडक्ट फॉरेन मल्टीनेशनल का इंश्योरेंस कंपनी का IRDA से थ्रू आता है, बगैर IRDA के नहीं आ सकता. उसको गवर्नमेंट का पैट्रोनेज है, परमिशन है, एंड इट इज लीगल इन इंडिया, और उसको सिक्योरिटी भी है गवर्नमेंट की. देन ओनली इट कम. सो इफ दे आर ब्रिंगिंग IPO, हाँ, एक रिजर्व फंड का जो RBI में एक प्रोविजन है, वो रिजर्व फंड के साथ साथ ऐसे जो पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिट्स है जो प्रॉफिट मेकिंग है, उससे हम लोन गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट ले सकते हैं. फाइनेंशियल, उसको हम बोलते हैं फाइनेंस की टर्म में फाइनेंशियल लिवरेज. तो ये लिवरेज का हमारे पास चांस रहेगा. अगर ये चांस हम खो देंगे IPO लाकर, जो पब्लिक सेक्टर में IPOs लाएंगे और प्राइवेटाइजेशन लाएंगे, तो ये हमारे हाथ से निकल जाएगा. हमारे गवर्नमेंट के पास अल्टरनेटिव्स कम हो जाएंगे. उसके बाद अल्टरनेटिव क्या रहेगा मालूम है? इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के पास जाना पड़ेगा. कौन है इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस? IMF, वर्ल्ड बैंक. ये कोई सरकारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस नहीं है. ये जो है, ये कंसोर्शियम है. कंट्रीज ने एक फंड जमा किया है, और वो फंड दूसरे कंट्रीज को उधार देते हैं, उधार, और वो उधार से आपसे इंटरेस्ट वसूल करते हैं. सो इट इज नॉट फ्री. And then when you take the loan from them, you have to hear them. उनके हम लोन के पैसों के तले दब जाएंगे और उनकी हर बात हमको मानना पड़ेगा. That is why privatization should be slow, but when it is needed only, and it should not be at the behest of capitalism. I hope I answered. We can take another question if you have.
Hello, sir. Due to time limitations, we are just taking a last questions.
Okay.
I
have a question.
Mahesh Iyer, sir. He has raised his hand. I request Mahesh, sir, to please ask his question.
All right, sir. First of all, a very interesting webinar, I must say, and a lot of insights we received from you. There's one thing that I would want to ask you. You said that we are moving from Make in India and Skill India to Fund India strategy. So what is the message for all the PhDs and researchers who are putting in their papers? Because we are not seeing a product end outcome or a product to all the research papers in India. These are all getting patented and filed outside.
You talked about the research. And if you just see the chronology which I have told you, and if you look at the chronology, you will find that in that chronology, 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 was the year when the Gandhi Commission was established. 2019 We are talking about Skill India. We are talking about Digital India. We are talking about Make in India. We are talking about Atmanirbhar. And then I talked about Fund India. Okay. And in this, एक चीज याद रखो, we cannot avoid Skill India. Why? Because we need semi-skilled and skilled employees and laborers throughout the world, throughout India. We require them. So we cannot put aside Skill India. But we have to take with us Skill India. How we can take Skill India? Skill should be digital. So Digital India. Skill with digitalization. And when you make anything in India, you should have that skill. We should have that know-how. जैसे हम आजकल बोलते हैं artificial intelligence, and we are talking about digital exploration. So Skill India and Digital India will help make in India. And when we adopt all these three things and move forward, then only we will become Atmanirbhar. Because then we will become competitive. Our products will be competitive. And that is why आप स्किल के ऊपर रिसर्च लिख सकते हो, गैप्स कहाँ है वो फाइंड आउट करो, डिजिटल इंडिया के और स्किल इंडिया के एप्लीकेशन में फाइंड आउट करो, स्किल इंडिया और डिजिटल इंडिया का मेक इन इंडिया में जो एप्लीकेशन है वहां रिसर्च गैप फाइंड आउट करो, एंड हाउ वी विल टेक ऑल थ्री टू मेक इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर, उसका मॉडल बनाओ. कोई भी मॉडल स्किल को लेके बनाओ, डिजिटल को लेके बनाओ और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को लेके बनाओ, तो यू कैन प्रिपेयर अ मॉडल एंड वी कैन गो फॉर अ रिसर्च. एक एरिया ले लो, एक कोई भी इंडस्ट्री ले लो, हजारों एरियाज है, सेक्टर्स है इकोनॉमी के, यू कैन गो देयर एंड यू कैन डू द रिसर्च. देन व्हेन आई टॉक अबाउट दिस फंड इंडिया, तो ये एक स्पेशलाइज्ड एरिया है फाइनेंस का. एंड व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट, it is necessary, but it is also not necessary. Or we can say it is necessary and it is also unnecessary, because unnecessary takes or have dangers with it. तो मैंने आपको कहा था कि to every advantage there is a disadvantage. So instead we can go for a mean, we can only take leverage, and when we take leverage from that, you can very well survive in the competitive world which is changing very fast. अगर हम हमारे नेस्कॉम के डायरेक्टर और प्रेसिडेंट और वाइस प्रेसिडेंट की बात कहे, तो उन्होंने कहा, क्या कहा उन्होंने, कि वी आर प्लानिंग टू ट्रेन द स्किल्स ऑफ इंडियंस इन द नेक्स्ट 3 years. And then they have changed the statements in the pandemic, during pandemic, and they said 3 years is a long term, because we will find some new technology and again our people will become redundant, and that is why we have to have a short term goal and a long term perspective, and then we have to move forward, and then only we will be able to survive in this age of competitive world. I hope I answered you, and I thank the admin for letting me answer the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Dr. Syed, sir, you said so well. And by recalling that 4 points we have given: rethink, realign, reform, and remodel. I conclude with this. And now, as per the schedule, we have 3 names been received for expressing the views over the webinar, or we can say live feedback. So I request Dr. Ashish Gattani, sir, from Others College, Hingoli. Please take a charge and you can just give you a brief overview about today's webinar. Dr. Ashish Gattani from Others College, Hingoli.
Good afternoon. I am audible.
Welcome, sir. You're audible.
Good afternoon. Myself, Assistant Professor Dr. Ashish Gattani from Department of Commerce, Others College, Hingoli. It is a great pleasure for me to attend today's webinar on business model shift post COVID-19, organized by Gandhi College, Kada, Maharashtra. This webinar was extremely informative that that will undoubtedly influence my knowledge, rather our knowledge about happening before, during, and after COVID-19 from and on. The insight that I have gained from this webinar far exceed than any other webinar that I have attended to date. This webinar was indeed wonderful. Insights were very articulate and knowledgeable. My gurus. Their sessions quickly pulled me into content. Their overview piqued me or my attention and really left me thinking about innovative business model after COVID-19 as narrated by Azhar sir. I am so much thankful to Principal Dr. N.S. Rathi sir and entire team of today's webinar for providing me an opportunity to present my feedback on today's webinar. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashish sir. And now I request Assistant Professor Ranjana Yaugal from Kandivali, Mumbai.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
I Ranjana Yaugal, Assistant Professor, K.A. Shroff College, Kandivali, Mumbai, take this opportunity to congratulate Principal Dr. N.S. Rathi sir and the whole team, the entire team of Gandhi College for organizing the webinar and managing it so well. The seminar topic was very well designed, relevant, and very informative. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar University, Shri Shyam Shrishad, threw light on the opportunities explored during COVID, especially by Indian ladies, is worth noting. The keynote speech of Dr. Sarvade was very enlightening, emphasizing on various topics like internet usage, business, budget provisions, government policies during and post-COVID situation was beneficial and incredible useful. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Sunil Narvade sir had exposed us to wonderful data in important areas highlighting on labor migration, flourishing IT companies, pharma industries, chemical industry, and also problems of Indian economic covering farm, land holding, and small enterprises. It was extremely beneficial, sir. Thank you very much. Dr. Azuruddin sir, he showcased how important the models India has adopted. He emphasized on innovative business model and priority sector of Indian economy. And he also gave important models, localization, virtualization, subscription business model, dematerialization. Also various very topics were covered over here. Sir, it is always great listening to you, sir, and sharing an inspiring learning experience. Thank you very much, sir. All the resource persons were really informative and in true sense resourceful with the data. Attending this seminar was thought-provoking and at personal front, sir, it is not just collecting one more certificate, but it has given me a lot of opportunities on research topics. Once again, thank you, Rathi sir, for organizing this webinar and looking forward for such in future also. Congratulations to whole and the entire team of Gandhi College. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Ranjana ma'am. And you did so well. In a brief view, you highlighted so many points given by all the from inaugural speech, keynote speakers, and resource persons. Very well and briefly summarized. Thank you so much for wonderful feedback. Now, as we are running short of time, I take an opportunity to call Dr. Amol Murgai sir. He will be the last one to give the feedback. I request Dr. Amol sir from Aurangabad.
Good afternoon to one and all. I am myself Dr. Amol Murgai, Associate Professor and Head of MBA Department, International Center of Excellence in Engineering and Management College, that is in Waluj, Aurangabad. At the outset, I would like to thank Gandhi College Kada for organizing such a wonderful and informative national webinar on business model shifts post COVID-19. Thank you very much. The topic was indeed very nice. Now to start with, Dr. Narvade sir has very well deliberated on challenges in various sectors post COVID-19. He very well described and explain the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, One Nation, One Card, reforms which are undertaken by the central government like Narega schemes, etc. Next, our Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Dr. Sarvade sir, very nicely discussed the negative effects of post-COVID-19 in various sectors like IT, automobile, hospitality sector, etc. Not only this, he has also explained, very nicely explained, the positive effects of lockdown, like the Facebook and Geo collaboration, technical collaboration, increased membership of online gaming, and etc. So, and third, but last but not the least, Dr. Azhar sir was very well. Uh, he has very well deliberated on various innovative business models. He has very well discussed something about the Cold War which is happening between China as well as US. The effects of Cold War as well as the effect of post-COVID-19 on shoes, cement industry, chemical industries, food processing industries, etc. He has rightly said that India has a great potential, but then we need to explore this potential. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Principal Dr. Rathi Sarji for giving me an opportunity to present myself. Thank you, Kada College. Thanks again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. And now we are moving to the end of this webinar. And before I hand it over to my dear colleague, Professor Narendra Gowli sir, for Thanksgiving, I would like to say two things. Like, as I said in the beginning, well begun is a half done. At the end, I would like to conclude with my speech. That is, there are two success rules: just to start, and second is to finish it. So with that all, I take an opportunity to thanks once again for giving me or shouldering such a responsibility to host as a co-convener of this national webinar on the topic of post-COVID-19 business model shifts. So I really thank from the bottom of my heart to all the patrons of Amlok Jain Vidya Prasarak Mandals and Honorable Principal Sir, Dr. Nandakumar Rathi Sir, and all my colleagues, organizing committee and team members. Now I'm handing over to Dr. Professor Narendra Gowli sir for Thanksgiving.
Thank you, sir. To conclude, on behalf of Sri Amolak Jain Vidya Prasarak Mandal and SK Gandhi College, Kada, on the occasion of today's one-day national webinar on business model shifts post-COVID-19, firstly, I would like to thank the chief inaugurator of today's webinar, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Shyam Sirsat, sir, of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, for sharing his precious time and guiding us. I would like to thank also to the keynote speaker, Professor Walmik Sarode, sir, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, for enlightening us with his valuable keynote. I also thank to our resource person for this webinar, Professor Sunil Narode sir, Head, Department of Economics, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, through his valuable guidance and opinions. I would also like to thank other resource person, Professor Syed Azuruddin sir, Head, Department of Commerce, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, for his fruitful guidance and opinions. I also take this opportunity to thank our college coordinator, Honorable Dr. Umesh Gandhi sir, for his presence and motivation. I also thank all the honorable patrons of Sri Amolok Jain Vidya Prasarak Mandal Kada for their support and encouragement. I must not forget our dynamic captain principal, Dr. Nandakumar Rathi sir, for encouraging us and motivating us to organize such events successfully. I must also thank our vice principal and convener, Dr. J.M. Bhandari sir, for cooperating us. I thank all the organizing committee members, technical assistance staff, and all the IQC members. And let me not forget our all teaching faculties and non-teaching staff for their support throughout this webinar. Last but not the least, I take this opportunity to thank all the participants from all our country and abroad for taking part actively in this webinar. and making it a most memorable event. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. With this all, I would like to remind once again, as I already reminded you twice, that there will be feedback link already posted to the WhatsApp group, as everybody has registered to that group, and you will get the feedback. Once you submit the feedback form, you will be getting e-certificate in your email. So thanks once again, all the participants and all the key speakers and everybody who has been taken part in this webinar. I take an opportunity to thanks from the bottom of my heart. I am Assistant Professor Sanket Gandhi. Thanks for bearing with me since beginning. Thank you so much for your kind blessings and support. With this, we will take a pause. We'll meet soon. Thank you so much.